Team secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Team secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Team secrets turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shadow Demon.
Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slada.
Navi Luna. Team secrets turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Team secrets turn to pick.
Vengeful spirits.
Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Axe.
Team secrets turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Enigma.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Kinker!
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'll never ever be, but I definitely would have opted ban that.
Yeah.
Just felt like he was more of a threat, but we'll have to see. The secret definitely may not have the direct hero counters. Got the swap out from the Bestial Spirit, and maybe they can get sort of catch with the Claw Sweat Invoker, but they do also have a tempo. Early.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the key thing for Secret is hitting these timings with Metamorph and the mech on the Enigma where they can just kind of brute force down these lanes. Ideally, Slatter's probably not going to have a blink. At most, maybe Na'Vi have the first blink dagger on the axe, and without great follow-up for that axe right now, like Tinker has like a perhaps potential boots of travel and a couple of levels, but when you hit that mech timing, that Tinker TP in with an axe blink isn't quite as scary. You can make sure that whoever gets initiated on gets healed back up and kept alive. There's not much burst damage coming out from a support Crystal Maiden. Luna has to get in close if she wants to use an Eclipse, and that's where the Terrorblade and the Invoker can both punish the Luna, and it's NiP playing the Invoker, interestingly. I wonder if he's going to be going for a Quas Wex build here, if it's going to be the Exalt one. Any preference as far as you're looking at this game?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I mentioned the Quas Wex Invoker because I saw NiP playing it. I was like, well,
Yeah.
that's a NiP specialty, right? Is that Quas Wex Invoker? Definitely is a bit interesting. I'm not sure how Mid One feels about Terrorblade. He likes that pickup as well, and NiP clearly versed in the Invoker, so
Yeah,
about
both-
that whole switch around.
Both their games, so they played a game against Vega and against Ad Finum with Terrorblade, and both those games Mid 1 was on it. So I think it must be the Terrorblade, which is when they swap their roles up, because typically Mid 1 is still playing those mid lanes. Like he's played the Shadow Fiend a couple days ago, he's played, and NiP's still playing most of the safe laners, but it seems just the Terrorblade, they swap things up.
And he does have Exort right away,
Okay.
so we could still see a Class version. We could see the Wexort build from Invoker, where he's very Alacrity focused in the beginning, but then again, he's matched up against a Tinker. I'm not sure how well that Wexort build would really work out, at least inning phase 1, against that laser and the mispercent chance, so maybe he is just gonna go full Exort. I thought because Navi's so initiation dependent in some ways, less so because the Tinker pickup, but I think they still need it for most of their team fights. I thought the quick reactions, so the Tornado EMP of the Class Wix Invoker would have been quite valuable.
Yeah, I was looking at this game like where you've got enough damage output coming from the Terrorblade that you don't need the Exalt build as well. It seems like a greedier approach. The Exo Invoker typically takes a bit longer to come online. Like if you look at how Quakefoot played it, I don't know. I don't imagine we're going to see MP played at that extreme. It's very much like you're playing to fight around that 30 to 40 minute stage of the game. You're not looking to group up with your team to push. You're playing very isolated, very kind of separated from your team, and may change, very likely will change with MP because you can kind of go with your team when they've got Metamorphosis, pop an Alacrity on the Terrorblade, perhaps fight around the level 15 timing where you've got the double Forge Spirits, but it doesn't really strike me as like immediate like, oh yeah, this is a great Exalt game. If anything, it's the Quaz Wex, which can cripple Axe. You hit an EMP on an Axe or a Slaughter, those are both very low mana pool heroes who can get heavily punished by that.
I completely agree. Do you think about the extra? Do you think it's more of that late game focus you're talking about, or do you think it has more to do with the Forge Spirits adding into the pushes? Because I am honestly completely unsure what the reasoning is behind it for Quaz Wex.
I think it's got to be more the late game because they probably just feel like they may not be able to push down enough towers against the Tinker, because getting the double Forge Spirits at level 15, by then you're pushing into March of the Machines and enough AoE that the double Forge Spirits isn't really the difference maker for a push in my mind. Mid lane Puppey, gonna harass Dendy down some.
Gonna be able to get a stun into a sunshot, into a disruption. Very early first blush should be here for Secret against Dendy's Tinker. So starting out there for Secret, and Avi not able to get that information across fast enough with their aggro. Charlie mid one is just playing completely off the lane against this until his supports choose to come over. But do they even come over? Because this is a tri-lane I'm not quite so sure you can beat with Shattered Demon, Vengeful Spirit, and Terror.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. They're going to get the side pulls off. If they get that CM early aura as well, this tri-lane then has the mana to sustain, constantly spamming crushes as well as Lucent Beams. So, in my mind, they're better off, getting another kill on mid. They smoked up. They're already looking for Dendy once again. And whether or not this succeeds, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, at this point, the supports at bottom have to be saying, look, no one's here. Like, they're even scouting aggressively in the jungle. Like, there is no signs of anyone, but Pi has still got disruption.
It's going to be underneath the tower, too. It's going to be able to hit that magic missile. MP goes for Cold Snap or the Sunstrike here, hoping they can get enough damage out, but instead, they are going to be forced away by RMN. His TP rotation in puts a stop to all that. Meanwhile, Kezu, it looks like he was just heading out to the sush up and see a bit of harassment damage.
Early Blightstone pickup for Kezu. Bit of an interesting choice. We saw Hestajo just rushing the Arcane Boots yesterday. Typically, you look at like the fast Soul Ring, and going for the Blightstone, obviously able to do decent right-click damage, but I feel like it's a big gold investment considering how desperately you want to get either your Soul Ring or Arcane Boots up. I'm not a big fan of this Blightstone early on Enigma.
I'm not sure. He must really feel like he's going to be able to get a lot of damage out with these kind of conversions. But just an Ash is kind of like charge, and unless you're perfect with your micro, you're going to lose those Cylons, Jax, charge, and Spin.
He was able to just get some nice harass here, and Axe is actually a very low armor hero when he's not Berserker Call, of course, so seeing on just the 2 base armor gets him down to 0. But yeah, I think it is still a bit of an interesting choice. I mean, there's plenty of HP regen on general. He's got Salve and Tengos, and he's just going to farm the conversions up top. Yeah, well, it doesn't get this. Okay, there's the spin. Got very unlucky there initially, but does end up getting the kill. Those give decent gold and experience.
Yeah, 100 gold for those 3 demonic conversions and a good amount of experience. He's now up to already dealing with the constant denies of the Enigma fairly well. If you can kill those Eidolons. Looks like Vengeful Spirit is not going to be helping out this bottom lane. Highlight Die is just here as maybe a pinch of help and a saving grace, but it really doesn't look like they want to commit to the Strive versus Try scenario and would much rather keep the pressure on the Tinker, but there's only so many things you can do on this Tinker. At some point, you do have to find a solution to Zagro Trial.
Yeah, Puppey doing his greedy support thing, just jungling it up, using the tower to help him clear this camp, and gonna try and get some early experience and levels for himself. Just staying off the map as well. It's always very scary. Like if there's a Venge or something missing on the map, you've got to be worried about your mid lane getting ganked. You've got to have TPs ready on your supports. So just staying off the map applies pressure in itself right now. But yeah, Kezu's goes Arcane Boot, so his farm rate's going to really accelerate now. He's able to farm the jungle, he can get the bounty rune, then he can go right back to the lane, and we'll be looking at a very fast mech as a result.
I mean, there from Puppy, they'll still get disruption now. He doesn't have the mana for another magic missile, so they should not be able to get this kill unless our man runs in the wrong direction. They still have the Sunstrike, it's on point! Our man gets taken out by NP. Nicely played.
Yeah, very, very well done. That's a nice little kill. The support's getting some good XP. Puppy already level 4. Fortunately, Pi just level 1, but that's the Pi life sometimes. And mid one, while not farming well in this bottom lane, is at least getting experience. Going for one early point in the reflection, so has some aggressive potential off of this. And they are trying to set up, but doesn't look like Pycat's going to let Shadow Demon get close enough for that disruption.
Yeah, I think they really wanted to force a fight while RMN's still away after that death, but unable to connect. Now the lane's pushing forward, and RMN and his gank into mid lane can go unpunished in bottom, but doesn't really feel it. As to show his face out there, thought about going for the crush things twice though. Refraction reflection rather, goes down the bottom lane. Looks like they tried him on the mid one, but nothing more, just a bit of a poke, that is all.
And so far, lane's looking pretty good for Na'Vi though. Like your Axe is matching Enigma farm for farm, like as kind of hope for in that lane. Dendi is crushing mid in terms of CS, even with the early death. He's got 18 denies with 23 last hits. MP really struggling to get farm in this 1v1 matchup.
This laning phase would go so better for Na'Vi if it wasn't for this pesky ward right here, which is spawning out Slardar.
Yeah.
Constant rotations into the jungle and into mid.
I mean, those kills for Secret are very, very unfortunate that they're getting them based on the fact that Na'Vi are winning the lanes for the most part outside of it. But we'll see runes now being picked up. Iron Man sneaks the bounty rune, and with an Invis rune, Biver does pose a threat to mid lane, the bottom lane. Bring arrows for Iron Man to loop around, and MP needs to be very careful in this mid lane. This laser cooldown.
Very defensive ward may actually have a downside, which is no river vision. But it does seem like MP is going to play it back, even though they don't know about the Invis specifically. Is playing pass enough at the right time. General's gonna try and do a wraparound on Kezu. They already had TP coming in from Poppy. So General is gonna find himself in 1v2 scenario against a black hole as well. Looks like they should be able to get this kill. Meanwhile, we're watching out. It looks like MP did not play as conservatively as we hoped. And this room does strike a kill in mid.
Yeah, good move from Puppy. That Radiant Observer at top, just knowing that Axe was trying to go behind the lane, get a bit greedy going for the conversions, and it's definitely worth using those early black holes to get solo kills on core heroes, be it an offlaner, mid laner, a carry. Secret now, first metamorphosis.
Mid one gonna turn on the Biver, will be able to pick up that kill. Pycat can't do much to help his support. Kezu actually drops pretty low in that top lane. General missing the call still. I'm not sure how Kezu dropped so low that a clean blade would have finished him off. But either way, they do manage to get away and keep that lead over General.
Yep.
Was actually going to be going for a Vanguard before, but it looks like after that death, he's going to switch it up to the fast.
Yeah, I saw that too, and it was interesting. I think if you're just staying in the lane early, Shadow Demon gets found by Pyke at bottom. The Vanguard makes sense against the Enigma and what was struggling him in lane, but as far as the overall Na'Vi game plan go, the faster blink is is like the better choice of the two.
One is not opting for the early level of Thunder against all this aggression is going to have his way out of this hole.
No salve from Pyle down in the TP, but his presence hopefully enough in itself.
They've got Pycap kind of stuck against his own illusions right now.
So tempting to go for that kill, you know, like one Lucent Beam on the Terrorblade with a right click is going to be enough, but all it takes is one TP in and from like an Enigma with it. It's a level 4 Malefice now. Speaking of which, he's going to do, General gets forced to use a defensive Berserker's Call just to block some damage. For Malefice, very powerful here, but now Kezu with it on cooldown is going to get gone on.
Aren't going to be able to get All bit of damage there, Iron Man being turned around on. General, because you back, we'll go for the Eidolons, looking to clear through all of them.
That was like, not just to farm, but also to save his life. The Sunstrike, whew. Fortunately, if it had communicated that one a bit sooner, that would have been a kill. Even with just the 2 points in Exort, that was ample damage to bring down Slaughter.
As that CS continued, 47 and 26 for Dendy compared to the 28 and 11 of NP. Sure enough, they go for a bit of a Wysort build here and transferring into Quad Strikes more as time goes on, but having very clear issues with CS again Acer, and against the games of Na'Vi, they're going to be able to get another one maybe. Slow down, MP is fast enough thanks to high levels of Wex. To stay one step ahead of the Frostbite. Good
positioning, far enough away that the Frostbite wasn't coming in. Even if it did, he had the Tornado, and I think that's something Na'Vi, they scouted out there, like, look, we can't really go diving into a Tornado and TP rotation, but Iron Man seems to think they can. Here come the TPs, and it's Enigma, no mech. Okay, Enigma will cancel now, and with that cancelled TP, this mid lane becomes a bit more exposed, but there's still a Terrorblade in the neighborhood, and there's still 4 heroes for Secret here if they want to go for a play.
Opting for a smoke here right now. I doubt Terrorblade's really going to be joining them. I presume he's going to use them to...
I mean, you join them, you take a tower is the nice thing here, so...
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Like, you show Shadow Demon in the mid, you get your level 6. Pilot Eye can TP up there if there's a big 5v5 clash, but you want to try and bait the Enigma. Problem is they're not here fast enough.
Bad. If they get this quick heal, nice. The Tornado comes in, now the swap, they'll be able to get the catch. General's going to be caught by a stun, Malfist up as well. Without the reflection, they'll be able to turn that, and as you said, turn this into a tower push with the meta.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can punish Pilot Eye. It's just a support, but it's still at least worth getting this kill. I may even get away with that Demonic Purge.
It's twice he manages to fog out the nuke coming from the
And I don't think Na'Vi are not going to push this mid lane all that fast. They've lost their siege creep. They've got a Luna, but just level 7. Iron Man dragging off the creep wave. It's going to be a much faster push from the Secret side. Very well done. Kezu almost got caught out there. Like, it was very much like, Kezu, you bait, we're coming up there to smoke, but he was very close to going down before the teammates arrived. Just managed to get the Tornado before there was a Culling Blade, and they get the tower, they TP mid, they're defending now. Na'Vi, they're about to hit that Boots of Travel on Dendy, which is where they can kind of react to these aggressive plays and defend towers a bit better against the Terrorblade, but...
I like that Pycat's playing so aggressively, trying to create that space for the Tinker. They're going to be able to go for this 3-man rotation reflection, and they will manage to pick up that one with the Eclipse. Na'Vi, though, are gonna have a straggler here. General's been... Oh, nice 2-man crush, actually. That's gonna be able to catch Puppy as well. Double kill on Dendy. Now the Jetboard MP been caught. He couldn't go swag out of that one. A call from General reveals the mid laner of Secret. They managed to pick up 3 kills, turn that into a tier 1 tower, and that will most definitely be Dendy having boosted travel plus some gold in the bed.
Great call from just blow everything on the Enigma. Didn't even get a chance to use the mech. If not using the Eclipse there to kill the Enigma would have been a big mistake, and once Enigma's out of the fight, there's no way that this level 8 Invoker or level 8 Terrorblade with no items can turn that fight around. I mean, Terrorblade's stuck top. He's just farming. Metamorphosis is down, so you're not worried about him. The only thing you're worried about is Enigma popping the mech, turning and fighting with conversions, Malefice, or even a potential black hole. So once that Enigma is down, Secret were very weak in that fight, and that's something that they're going to have to continue to do. Most of the farm is concentrated right now on Enigma. It's something that Secret have to try and remedy by creating some space for the Terrorblade and for the Invoker.
Pilot Eye's gonna run into Dandy. This is perfect. Bobby's coming in too, but General's ready for the counter. Ready to go with the Blink Dagger at some point. Time goes for Pilot Eye. Dandy's still in trouble though. The EMP and the Purge is gonna be able to blast him out. General, he managed to get the Culling Blade, but the movement speed, it's delayed, and General is going to die as well. 2 cores down for Na'Vi. All that for little old Pilot Eye. That's his specialty. Die for kills for Secret. They're going to be very happy with that exchange.
Yeah, nicely played. Na'Vi hoping just for like a free pick while they have Iron Man farming up top, and if Secret are going to commit that many heroes, Na'Vi themselves need to have an Eclipse, have Luna down there, have not necessarily Slaughter, but they had a very small like little rotation going just with the Tinker, Crystal Maiden, or Tinker and the Axe really is the 2 big ones, and losing both of them since Secret are willing to fight early. This is the benefit of the Quaswex Invoker. There's no way you can fight and make that kind of a play with the Exort Invoker, but MP's being able to have a nice early game impact with less farm and just lower levels on his Invoker because of his build.
Now, another metamorphosis has been used by mid-1. He's opting to use this to farm neutrals a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Do you think that's the kind of play that they have in mind? Are they going to let Tinker have... Because they just ganked him and they got themselves some space, but I was wondering how much are they going to pressure these tier 1 towers?
I think it's hard now that, I mean, Tinker is his travels, so you also has maxed out the match, so even though you killed the Tinker once, by the time you get to those towers, he's back alive, and you're in a it's very dangerous to push into the axe blink. What?
Alright, man.
Sunstriker found it? Okay.
Yeah, it was a disruption. He goes to the TP out. He had Purge on him as well. So he TP's out, and he's gonna get hit by Purge and Sunstrike inside the fountain. Poor guy.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding from playing like the Terrorblade in this position is just like it's impossible to push. As much as you're typically playing the Terrorblade, you tell your team whenever you've Metamorphosis you want to TP to like a tower, group up and push. Against the Tinker, it's just not possible, and I think it's more efficient to just power farm through the jungle using your illusions, farm ancients. So popping Metamorphosis to farm the jungle, especially when you're behind like this, I think is pretty reasonable of mid-1. So I don't really mind him using the Metamorphosis just to farm some ancients there. Pushing against the Tinker is just like it's a nightmare. You need to get you fight around the BKB timing. Not that, and you don't want to rush the BKB. You go like Manta, Dragonlance, then the BKB probably, but it really is going to be a slower paced game from Secret because of what the Tinker does.
Okay, so you think some of these outer towers, some of tier 1s and tier 2s, they're not really gonna feel the big Terrorblade presence unless they get a smoke and then, you know, and some sort of pick off, and feeling that, you're saying wait for mana, wait for BKB, wait for the later game time.
Yeah, and there is room to go for those smoke plays. Like Puppy's got one in his backpack. I think if they find a key kill on like a Luna or a Tinker, or even the Axe is the initiator who kind of enables that tower defense, then you can look to the Metamorphosis being used to push, but that's something like which you can't rely on happening. So I think mid-1 just happy to play around it, not potentially happening. Iron Man's, whoa.
Almost got caught by that tornado. He gets caught by the tornado, he's caught by Kazu, with Malphus.
Yeah.
If he's caught by all that, he doesn't get blinked
That
at.
was such a weird move around the map from him. Like that path, like trajectory that he took was just very odd. But
I'm
he gets away
watching
with it.
RMN going, what the hell,
Yeah.
dude? Just farm a blink dagger, you're so close.
He's now been given the bottom lane.
Pycat is kind enough. See that control bottom lane. You know about
Not sure how
this?
much.
No.
We'll see how much stronger Na'Vi get with this ladder blink. I mean, they already had the Axe blink, so I don't think it's like going to make a huge power spike for them necessarily. The bigger power spike actually comes from Dendy's blink, which is now completed. He's almost reached that point where he's got max missiles and lasers, so his single target damage isn't quite at its full potential. So they may wait for him to get a couple more levels, but I mean, realistically, Na'Vi they're the ones probably more pushing here because they can just layer the march down, do what they're doing bottom, Alpha Wolf Luna, protected by the march, and very hard to fight into this if you're Secret.
I like this, Na'Vi completely agree with you, and it seems like Na'Vi had pretty good control of the lanes when they went for this, so they're not even going to concede a tier 2 in exchange for that. They're already well in position, ahead of the Terrorblade. They're not going to have to trade blow for blow here. They're actually going to get a nice economic lead. Continue to make these same kind of plays. Get some lane control, make sure Terrorblade isn't threatening a tower, and then go for a Tinker push.
TB's back defending, so this may make, if you see the Terrorblade here, they may try and clear out their jungle, get aggressive, but they will need to do so as a big group because there's still 4 Secret heroes able to fight.
It's like they're
Looking
gonna
for
catch
Pycat.
Pycat
Yeah.
here, maybe turn this into a tier 1 swap back into a tornado. That is one of the things. This offensive swap is going to be so deadly with the Invoker and the Terrorblade. Highlight 980 caught here, General. He has the Blink Dagger coming up soon. It looks like he got canceled by Wave of Terror. He's going to wait up the disruption. He's going to go for this one. Decides against it, knowing that his life is not worth life.
Yeah.
The Pilot Eyes shattered him and walks off on his initiation.
Good find, and Na'Vi, I feel like they're strategically we're in a good position, but they can't afford to give up pickoffs like that one. They took a tier 2 tower at bottom, they defend top, but Lone Farmer in the mid lane gets caught. It was a smoke rotation. I think that's where there's such good dire vision around this Roche area around the mid lane that Pycat felt very safe that he could see those rotations coming from top to mid or through the mid lane, so the smoke able to catch him out by surprise.
We're gonna have the Ether Lens being built up next by the Tinker, I'm presuming followed by the Aghanim Scepter, and that'll be another really big power spike.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, the Ags is where like it's very hard to fight into that Aether Lens Ags build. We'll see. I guess for Secret, like the Invoker's still slowly playing catch up in terms of his farm. Puppy's transitioning into a bit of a core with his itemization. Treads Helm. He's been going for the Helm regardless of what hero he's on, but can go for more of a right-click build with his current state. I think more importantly, we'll see what Kezu looks like be going for a blink now. He had the pipe queued up earlier, decided against it, goes for a blink now. Once that gap close against the Tinker, most especially, if you can catch him with a Malefice, makes it very difficult for him to rearm and just sets up the rest of your team to get on top of him. So, pickup I like to see.
Could see the big differential between the cores here, between Navi and Secret being shown on the network. 3,000 will be for them. You see both the Invoker, especially the Invoker, quite under-farmed. 6,700 net worth is trying to pick up just a 4-star
Puppy
right now, giving some opportunities. Puppy's gonna be found by RMN and Pycat. Too much of an issue. They can even get a Culling Blade in. Get themselves some nice movement speed, see if they can go for more, but you could already back the game playing mid and bottom.
Can't play this top lane. They use Metamorphosis to farm again, and again, not a mistake. I think you can really tell Secret they've changed their tune. They've got a new game plan, which is going to be play for the late game. Like the fact they've gone for this Blink Dagger build over the pipe means they don't feel like they can push towers. They feel like they need to go for like the pickoffs. They need to go for the team fight. And they recognize that Na'Vi have the heroes and the items to defend any 5-man push. And that's where like you're gonna see TB just try and catch his way back up through the Metamorph farm.
Alright, man.
Off there.
Thought he was keeping Secret honest. Leaning forward, getting stunned, seeing what Secret are doing there, but they just turn around and quickly kill him from a distance. Na'Vi as a whole do come out pretty well, right? They did their mid-tower with the Tinker, they kept bottom, they pushed in while gaining yet another objective. These are the general Tinker pushes that we're talking about. Can't split push nor can get into them with this big power spike.
And Secret, I think off of that, they're gonna smoke up. See if this is gonna be in a... Can't go for Roshan perhaps with the Helm creep, although it does leave the pit for now. I'd rather find another key kill. Find a Tinker. In the mid lane, doesn't quite get the vision he needs for a swap.
Now, Na'Vi 5-man here, Tornado EMP on the Pycat, but not get any opportunity for a Secret. Two mid-heroes backing up that Tinker with the Martian machines going, so Secret are going to fail to be able to get truly on the offensive yet again, on their way to better path later on.
BKB Enigma, so going for that BKB Black Hole kind of late game play where there's an Axe Call to theoretically cancel it, although very difficult because of obviously you have to blink in close to get that call off. I think ideally Na'Vi are going to look to initiate on the Enigma to make sure that he doesn't get that BKB hole off, but that's always tricky in itself. And even like Invoker, Midas is looking, I mean, you're always going to go Midas Invoker, so no difference there, but looking more for the late game. And Terrorblade, of course, just trying to get what farm he can. But Na'Vi, recognizing they're strong at the moment, they don't want to keep giving Secret room to get this farm and play for the late game, are going to start getting aggressive.
Woke up straight into MP.
Oh, they see Pi.
With Tornado may be able to save his life. Pyla dies instead, gonna be the one caught out.
Should be Roche.
Run up. Dying takes the smoke, and team is gonna look for more, see if they can catch anybody else. They really shouldn't, but MP gets a little close to it.
Iron Man. Oh, he misses the crush.
Makes a blind jump in, not hitting anything there, but he does get some vision. Looks like Secret actually gonna fight this one out. The mid one is popped the Metamorphosis. He turns quickly, kills the Crystal Maiden, and B is being chased away. Pycat, they got vision on it, but they just need to close the distance. They take him, so will manage to pick that up. That kills Puppy. He's also good down mid one, finding TPs away. I thought for sure Secret were going to just TP out, but it looks like they tried to save some sort of turnaround.
Yeah, perhaps some of the TPs even on cooldown as well. Like they were just, it felt like they were just kind of trapped a bit up there. And I love the call from Na'Vi. It looked like, okay, they got the pick by Roche, they just take Roche, but they recognize weakness and that their opponents were fleeing, and they have such great catch with the Slaughter Axe. Speaking of which, they've now picked another. The Observer Ward setting up a free kill. Now I imagine they probably finally decide, okay, enough heroes are dead, we don't see any more pickoffs, let's take Roche, but really good call to chase. Iron Man misses the blind crush, but it was just that, it was a blind crush. He didn't have to land it, he just had to get in there, ensure that the TPs were being cancelled, get vision for his team, he had the sentry ward as well to scout out the Invoker and then amp him up, and then Dendi comes in and just cleans up, so really well played by Na'Vi.
Enigma trying to scout right now with the Eidolon, so it looks like they really do want to try and fight this one, but it's very risky. The Tornado already interrupted Na'Vi, but Na'Vi about out of the lead are threatening that Enigma. Nice 3-man call from General on the lower side. He's able to finish off one. They get off the turnaround though from mid-one. He managed to get the super down, but he's still not enough to finish off General. Thanks in part to Dendi with big-time nukes, and the laser miss percentage means that there is no hope for Secret to be able to get anything down. And I know they had to have known that was a risky play to try and contest Na'Vi around that pit, but they tried it anyway, and very clearly got shut down.
It looked like they were perhaps banking on Kezu coming up big, like coming in with the blink black hole, but he got scouted up by the Slaughter, so he got corrosive hazed up, and the dire vision around that pit was just too good. They had wards from the south side as well as the west side. They had two dire wards protecting that Roche, and I think if not for those wards, it goes fine. Like, Secret can potentially make that play with the Tornado EMP setup. You engage him with the Terror Blade. The Enigma comes in later on in the fight with the Black Hole, but because of all the vision Na'Vi had, it was a very safe Roche to go for, and really good blink call from General, catching 3, Dendi bursting everyone down. It was just not a whole lot they could do once they got caught.
That was beautiful. I think of the combination, right? Florida keeping Hezu back on one side, General getting a brilliant initiation. Speak of Hezu, looks like he's dead, as the map is not going to be enough to save him from all this power of Na'Vi. So once again, they start going for some sort of objective. Secret get out of position. Na'Vi quickly snap that one down, and they should be able to still keep good control of the map and turn towards that last couple of remaining tier 2s.
Yep. Get that map control up, make it so that you can play, not necessarily to end the game with this Aegis, but later on. Pycat's queued up an alter. Is he going to go for the Lincolns, I guess, this game? Yeah, Lincolns against the Shadow Demon seems to be the preferred build for most Lunas, so it's a bit harder to get that disruption off at the start of a fight onto the Luna. It's like one of those items which just gives naturally good stats, so you don't really mind building it on a Luna. It doesn't really feel like, oh, I'm getting nothing out of this item. It gives you HP, it gives you Agi. And the Bell Block, of course, great on Luna as well.
Yeah, I liked it also versus the Ancestral Spirit.
Yeah.
Because the swap into the Terror Blade and Multitutions, that is also something for that to fear, since he does go close. And you can already see the Lincoln's clay there. And a bit of a poke at him. The push is still going to happen though. There's a tower is going to inevitably drop here. Secret or just look, see any small windows of opportunity for a pick.
General just follows the
media.
That's so obnoxious. I mean, luckily it's only 3 Exalt media, otherwise MP would have taken a bit more damage from that one, but I mean, Na'Vi look like they're going to scale very well. Like, even CM going back for Midas is a great call. It means you're going to make sure you get those late game, like that level 3 ultimate as early as possible. It makes sure you get your late game talents. And CM's a hero that actually late game does a very impressive amount of damage through the freezing field. So the CM's going to scale well. The Axe is already looking fantastic with his farm. Slaughter's got his blink. Slaughter, I guess, could consider a Midas as well, but wants to go for a bit more fight now. Picks up a 4-star for the team. And Na'Vi a really strong advantageous position now.
Yeah, they've got Tinker Luna 27 minutes in with almost 10,000 gold lead, almost 20,000 experience. There's the Lincoln pop to be able to get swap back. Disruption goes down. Gonna try and get Pycat down first. Gonna cost his life. But RNN, nice introduction there with a Lincoln and a crush keeps the rest of Secret at bay. So Pycat's actually able to get out. Low HP, yes, but Aegis still intact.
Yep. Keeping him alive means you can perhaps sustain the push a bit longer, although that Aegis expiring in a minute or so, so more than likely it'll be just for the tier 2 plus shrines. I think it can come back in and bottle up Pycat if they really want, but I mean, this Terrorblade Metamorphosis and just TB Illusions are useless versus Tinker. This Aghanim Scepter just destroys them, and it just doesn't feel like the TB is going to offer a whole lot. We'll have the BKB soon, which means at least the main hero, that's BKB, can fight and do some good damage. But that's more against the Luna than against the Tinker. And the Luna the reflection as well, very good against the Luna, so that Luna will have to be very careful on the front lines about fighting into the TB, but mid one does not have damage items to go with the BKB.
So, we're very clearly setting a high ground defense stage for Secret. Like about maybe at a second Roshan for Na'Vi, getting that Tech Aegis, and going high ground from there.
They've got.
How does Hairblade scale past BKB, right? He'll have the BKB for the next push most likely. What do you do from there?
I think he scales very well against the Luna. Like, I don't think there's any stage of the game where you feel good playing against Terrorblade as Luna unless you're like 10k net worth ahead, which could happen because you may just get starved out while defending high ground. But I think TB can scale very well, like with more items beyond the BKB, just whatever damage items you want to go for. Maybe you want an MKB to deal with the butterfly most likely. You probably want a butterfly of your own at some point, Skadi, like whatever items you want to go for. You're going to get a lot stronger. You're going to always struggle against the Tinker just because you can't really get on top of him. That's where you're always going to have to rely on your teammates, the Invoker, to find him with a Tornado, rely on Vengeful Spirit to find him with that swap, and that's where I think Secret are going to have their biggest struggles. Like, yeah, the Luna on the front lines can be dealt with, but Na'Vi's only ever going to come fight at you with the Luna on the front lines if Luna has an Aegis. And that's something which Na'Vi is going to probably wait for before they go for any aggressive high ground push.
So, in that case, if the Tinker is set to get stronger later on to the game, do you think this BKB and its 10-second to 5-second window, do you think that timing, the longer charge of the BKB is when Secret needs to get aggressive, or do you think they can play a little bit for the late game, knowing that they have to go into a Tinker state?
I think their only option is to still play for the late game. As much as like you want to get your most value out of like the first couple fights with a 10-second BKB, those fights won't look pretty if you're fighting outside your base. Maybe if you're catching them by surprise with a good smoke gank, but Warriors, they don't have, like, they're relying on a swap initiation. They don't have like the Slaughter or the Axe themselves. They don't have that blink stun catching hero. They've got to swap into like a Malefice, and it's not a very reliable initiation, so Secret smoke plays around the map are not very scary. So I think that's where high ground defense is always where you're going to look strongest. So just defending high ground with the BKB seems fine. Oh, mid one.
Oh, no. Something here, mid one.
TP cancelled.
To be cancelled. That is
Save
so
your
bad.
BKB.
They know they're giving up mid one. They know he's dead. So you rest are going to be able to escape MP and Hezu were able to get out, but a nice net there from Na'Vi coming in from all sides essentially to catch Secret outside of the base.
And looking around, like for Secret, it's like the high ground defense with the swap initiation is to me where they're at their strongest. Trying to pull a hero deep into the base near like past the tier 3 towers, drag Na'Vi in as deep as possible, and that's where the TB can shine because he's not very mobile. He doesn't have the Hurricane Pike to push himself around. He's very slow in the Metamorphosis, and he's got to like try and play around the reflection. So the more heroes he can pull in for that reflection, the stronger he'll be, and that also pulls in heroes to the potential BKB black hole, and that's something which Na'Vi will be very cautious about pushing into. I believe they've spotted the BKB by now, so they're going to be having to either play around the cooldown or at least play around the fact that that black hole exists anytime they go for a push.
Puppy feeling a couple of heat-seeking missiles on his backside. He'll have back of an MP, Tornado EMP, burned out General. Still the call opportunity's there, but misses it very slightly. MP is still caught, though our men managed to get the crush onto him, so they still get a bigger hit than Puppy for sure. MP's Invoker, though.
I'm watching that, I was like, I was thinking like that TP from Puppy is not going to work, and then the Deathling Blast comes in, is like, okay, MP just saved him, good guy MP, but dying to save your support Venge? Not sure about that. I mean, I like the mentality where it's like, yeah, we're playing together as a team and making those coordinated plays, but yeah, that does set you back further. There's no real item that MP's working on, but the problem is not having buyback doesn't seem to matter right now. There's no real high ground push attempt from Na'Vi. I think they're gonna be very slow and methodical about this one just because of Enigma Terrorblade threat and the swap to pull someone in, but they ideally just want to have Pycat on the front lines and then everyone else as far away from Pycat as possible. Put the Lincolns on him. He's got the Lincolns being given by General as well, so you can't even swap Pycat into the base.
And to get some damage onto the Raxes, those bouncing waves are going to go to work unless Secret and some
Oh, that
sort
was
of
the swap block.
initiation out, it seems like.
Oh, that was the double
Was
Lincolns.
it?
Yeah, he had the Lincolns from his axe, and then it gets popped, but he still has his own Lincoln, so he thought he had an opening.
Tracks quite well.
Yeah.
Sunstrike checking out the Roshan pit. They both know that Roshan is up, but Navi are really the only ones with the power to take it. Secret may have the power to contest. Do they have a smoke? They have one in
They just
Pylo,
bought one, but I think it's going to die too fast with Amp. They may use it
looks-
thinking they can contest it, but as soon as they see that message, they're going to be like, alright, let's back off. Defend high ground is probably the better call. And yeah, I think they realize by now they're going to be too long. They may as well save that smoke for the high ground defense.
Coming. The small window, man. They take out MP, then they take down that tier 3 tower during that small little window, and instead now they've got an Aegis to work with, and they don't even have to use that Aegis to beat on a tier 3. I think that's secret. I'm not even sure if you should try and contest. But honestly, Lina is that strong. Once you start getting those blades out onto the Raxes, like preemptive damage is already in place.
I'm on board with that call. And she's going to have the double Lincolns again, like, I don't know how
Unless you fight outside the base, right? Unless you get the smoke wrap around and do catch Navi before they go to high ground. They blaze the word and everything, setting this
Who can they
all up.
catch? Ideally, you want General, I guess. He doesn't have an Aegis. He's the key hero.
They only see Luna right now. They know the rest are in this tree area.
And that
They
smoke,
see Tinker now for a moment.
smoke's about to end, and there's a ward there.
Oh, they see Slardar,
Bye.
and now that
Heads
is
up.
for Secret.
Don't see this ending well for Secret.
No, it's certainly not. Pylo is gonna be the first one down. Fortunately, no clean blade at movement speed. Not gonna say oh, does hit the blink away.
Okay.
But now
Mid-Rax definitely not being defended now. MP's almost doing glaives in his base. Goodbye Rax, goodbye Shrines as well with this. There's the free rack. I mean, that's a worth going for kind of play, but Navi's positioning was really good there. That was very well spaced by them.
I can't getting some damage on the puppy to follow up there from the Tinker. Shrine gonna be activated here, trying to go for Bycat. He gets the force half away, and the initiation from Arman also stops one. He's gonna be popping the swap from Puppy, but it makes sure that data stays intact for Navi. And reset.
Yeah, reset without Metamorph now. That's actually like, you got to be very careful at how you use that Metamorphosis, because Slider's going to respawn with Metamorphosis on cooldown for about 60-70 seconds. You still have Aegis. This is where you like tell your team, let's group up, let's heal, try if you need to. No one's actually that low. Tinker, so on using any HP and mana, he can always, of course, make those free trips back, and I think Navi are going to be headed down that bottom lane as soon as Slider respawns, knowing that there's no Metamorph.
Really, I don't see any big upgrades coming in for... You've got the Scotty coming in maybe for the Terrorblade,
Yeah.
but that's going to be a cost to buyback most likely if he gets it before the next fight.
I think it's worth
And
buying,
B-
but it's like, it's not going to make a big difference when you don't have Metamorphosis, so...
Somewhat similar situation for MP2. He's looking at that Octarine, he's got 2,700 gold, but he is not close enough to get it before the next fight.
Yep. So Navi, not aggressive. They've done a good job split pushing this top lane. So it's like Navi's like, well, if we want to go down this bottom lane, force another lane of racks, we're potentially losing stuff at top. Iron Man's going to ward to at least get some. I like this ward a lot, because it's where you're like, okay, if we want to defend this tower, we need to have vision. We may just make the call to go for bottom racks, and I think if anything, you ignore this tier 2 tower, take bottom racks, and then TP back should Secret try and force the issue up top. Secret do not push fast enough without the... I mean, TP's defending base, so there's no one pressuring the high ground at the top. And this may just be a free rack.
It's kind of looking like it with Tornado EMP and the tier 3 tower almost down. Navi out of the danger zone. Set once again for this push to finish off that tier 3 and crack open bottom lane of racks.
Reflection very annoying, but not annoying enough to deter Pycat.
Pycat with a soul catcher on him. There's the initiation from General. A disrupting counter out for Pylo die. Helps out mid one. He still has the Sunder ready to go. Sue is about half HP. Now the lasers start coming in the black hole. It's a good one. It managed to catch two, but Dendy's still in the back line, dishing out the damage. Stroll almost going down with the air charge. Not quite good enough for Sunstrike, maybe. Oh, General! He stopped point blank right in front of Sunstrike like he knew. Secret now have to bounce back with Kezu buyback and see if they can still fight this one out without their big ultimates, but it just seems unlikely. Metamorphosis is up now, maybe they can actually get our initiation on an RMN, double 4 staff, and a Lincoln. Get the cover necessary. Stay back. They won't have Black Hole, but they will have Metamorphosis. If they desperately want to save this lane of racks, they can go fight.
We'll see if Na'Vi want to commit for it or not. They may just send Luna up with the Lincoln Sphere once again and try and finish it off. They've got both of them so low, but it's annoying to push into the disruption.
Soul Catcher and a lot of damage. Snack Tornado Waves. The initiation was about to come in from our mid there for back. Double 4 staff actually gets them out of the range of that deafening blast. But the range of racks is still alive. 14 HP. Melee begins to regen back up.
Yeah. Satanic pickup nice to sustain the push, but I think with a BKB there, that's like a free rack, so... I mean, again, I'm sure Pycat's looking at this like, probably should have gone BKB instead of Satanic. Satanic's kind of like the nicer late-game fighting item against like an enemy carry, but realistically, as far as objectives go, the BKB is what's going to make the difference. The Reflection's still going to hit you, you still get caught by Black Hole, but when you re-engage there when Black Hole's on cooldown, you want to have a BKB. That's guaranteed lane of rack with a BKB, but either way, not the end of the world. Still very good position for Na'Vi to be in. They may actually catch mid one here. And
can't get caught like this. The big bell's gotta go down. They have the amp crush. Not even close. 50 seconds down for the Terrorblade. Secret worked so hard to save that bottom lane racks, but a pick off like that means it's just gonna give it away for free.
Yeah, they can keep on trying to stall things, but Black Hole 20 seconds away. This is also working on a refresh roll, but he won't have this defense.
Yeah, leading the charge here, but there's not much MP can do to threaten him, to be honest.
Yeah. There's the racks, and Na'Vi can just back off with their spoils if they so choose to. Drawing lines to loop around a bit here. They do need to be careful that Black Hole has come back up, and Kezu really wants he could even like sell his mech to buy the refresher or something. Oh, I think it'd still be a little bit short, but to sell like the mech plus Soul Ring if he feels like he wants to have a second Black Hole, or if he uses the Black Hole and they don't win the fight hard enough and then they have to defend again. That's where you look at selling those items to get the refresher up.
They may need to do something like that. Our circumstances and all that. Currently 2 lanes of racks down. 30,000 net worth lead for Na'Vi. Same goes in experience. Secret are very definitely small percentage.
Oh, yeah.
For this game 1 to go.
I mean, their big late game carry with the most farm is hard countered by or 2 of the 3 carries. Yes, TV was picked up as a good Luna counter, but Axe with Blade Mail just blinks in, destroys Terrorblade, and Tinker is the best Terrorblade counter in the game. Na'Vi looking to go for the killing blow though.
And killing blow on Pyjamas die anyway to swap back there. Poppy is a bit of a save. Pyjamas still taking some glaive damage. Still sockets start coming in. Tinker will survive against that push, but it's just one of many. Na'Vi look to be able to close out the game nice and clean with the smoke, doesn't quite get it, and they may still have to wait out Roche on number 3 for that last.
Yeah, it's one of those things, if you're in Na'Vi's shoes, you're just like, well, we'd like to end this game now, go into game 2, but if they're going to be stubborn about it and keep on defending, well, we'll also be stubborn and wait for that 3rd Aegis, wait for the BKB of Luna. I assume that he's queued it up, I assume it's going to be purchased. May want to save onto the buyback at least for now. Be on the safe side and just prefer to have an Aegis, but very short Roche respawn. Bycat is going to be nice and favorable for Na'Vi.
General gifted a full wave of Eidolons. Jumped on them,
oh,
they
nice.
were just screaming. As he jumped on them, he split him. He was like, 100 gold, no problem.
Kezu did sell his mech, by the way, so he's got the refresher. But
he's gonna hide in the trees and not let Na'Vi know a damn thing about this.
He may be sitting here for a while.
Okay, Na'Vi are actually gonna back away from this Roshan pit. Now, if they give up this fight, this could actually be Roshan for Secret if this fight goes right for Na'Vi. It's a little bit surprising they don't take that more conservative path and just pick up a free extra life.
Yeah, they're back. They've seen it now. I guess in their minds, they don't know if Roche could have been 2-3 minutes away. It was a very fast respawn, and they don't want to just sit around letting Secret farm up big items like the refresher. If they hadn't seen the refresher, I don't think they've still seen the refresher. I think Kezu has just remained hidden since picking this up. He wants to make this as big a surprise as possible. I mean, on paper, realistically, there's nothing that's going to cancel a BKB black hole. Like, the chances of Axe getting that cancel is very, very low, so Kezu wants to remain hidden and catch Na'Vi by surprise.
The small chance that he does get both the Luna and the Tinker, that is pretty much the fight over, and a huge swing, because a Refresher is, how many seconds is that? 8 seconds of disable on those 2 carries. If you can catch him on the first one, he's out of him on the second one.
Yeah, I feel like the first is going to be for the Aegis, the second would be for the hero itself. Icat has the BKB in his backpack, he's not going to use it for his first life. It looks like he'll blow the Aegis and then put it on his hero post-Aegis. But he's going to get delayed. It's very annoying to push into Reflection. Every Reflection takes away like 600-700 HP.
Force Staff is definitely the name of the game, and that's right now. Teaming action that's going on, and after timer goes forward.
That's been like every
team defends and Force Staff. Bit more damage onto that tier 3. Down to half health now for Pycat. He's got Satanic though, heal up on the next wave. Odds I might have lost you, but alright. Oh, there's the initiation, the black hole, and the BKB black hole used on Pycat. That's going to be life number 1. But in the backline, Dandy's already giving a lot of damage on it. He is swapped necessary. Uppy may lose his life for that 1 R, and then, the backlines, he barely got caught at last shot at the tier 4 tower, and ends up dying because of it. So, the first black hole is a bit of a success. It kills the Aegis, and they manage to get a +1, and the Slardar, Na'Vi. I'm not sure if they want to keep going for this push without that extra hero. Spread's gonna be for Na'Vi is at these death timers. If they do actually get taken on this next fight, death times may be long enough that black hole is up again for the push after that. They see this constant defense. There's the next black hole. That'll be an easy kill on Pycat. Na'Vi's not even gonna try and contest that. They do get the tier 3 tower when it's all said and done, so... Kezu's gonna make that initiation even better. Look at that. Pick up a Shadow Blade to see if he can just get a little bit closer for those blink dagger black holes. Secret push out, good time for it. I know they have the numbers advantage right now with Luna down, getting out the black hole. All they're really getting here is a little bit of farm. I'm not even sure they're going to be able to get that tier 2. Luna coming up in just 8 more seconds.
The middle tower is under attack.
A soldier's fortune.
I like the switch up to the Octarine. They do survive for a while and he gets a nice amount of golds. Or that cooldown reduction even more. Give Navi just the hardest time ever where they just can't seem to crack base. It's possible. Gods, you clearly have no respect for support Luda, come on. That is true, look up our Crystal Main. Did a great game for Piver and he's only level 20. That level 25 is never come. I don't know, dude. I'm pretty sure Puppy's thinking about, picking Pudge, and he's thinking about that 55-minute game aspect, He doesn't care about the first 15 minutes, but... That's true. Yeah, you gotta make sure you eat a hearty meal, use the bathroom, all that before you pass the secret match. Bottom lane, NP, this is a big pickup. They got the side buys to combo stun him. This should be just a free pickoff and forced buyback now from MP. They're closing in on all lanes too. Pushing in mid, pushing in bottom now. The Lina comes forward with his VK. There goes the black hole. Pyjama's gonna be torn pretty quickly by mid one as he tosses his VK, but the Satanic goes down. Pyjama's actually surviving now. The call! He gets a full heal out on Pyjama. Yeah, Terrorblade's dead. He doesn't have Metamorphosis. Black hole comes back in from Hezu on a smidgen of HP. They might just be able to finish off Pyjama, but no, he survives. The Lino just going in and out of the laser. They can't put the damage, and it's all over for Secret just like that. They get the swap onto Denny, a good sender, but Midwa is left against so many heroes by himself. Pyjama comes back in for round 2. Mid-1 amplified up, Cold Blade on the back line, and that's it. GG call from Secret. They held on respectively for the last 20 of the minutes, but comeback was a very unlikely opportunity.
Team Secrets turn to ban. Team Secrets turn to ban. Navi's turn to ban.
Slada.
Rubik. Weaver.
Team Secrets turn to pick. Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to ban. Team Secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Team Secrets turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Templar Assassin.
Team Secrets turn to pick. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Silencer.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secrets turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Phantom Assassin.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5.
Vengeful spirits.
Grab
Here we go.
Citus, Pycat, Vengeful Spirits, and
Yeah.
on the money.
General offlane weaver, actually. That's where and we talked about it as a possibility, but we weren't really, I think, thinking that at the end of the draft.
That's true. I do kind of like it though, because I feel like you still need to have some DN farm priority on Weaver to make this hero work in this matchup. In part because I think the BKB is going to be necessity for the Weaver. And then on top of that, I'm not sure how well Weaver support is going to be able to deal. For example, the Earth Spirit's going to have a lot more impact in the laning phase when it comes to roaming potential. And then going into mid-game, there's a lot more teamfight power from Secret than this Weaver is going to be able to put compared to the other sports. So I think you do need to, you need to be able to shift this Weaver in a position other than support, and feels a little bit better.
And as a 4, yeah, the Sand King, I think, can kind of match the Earth Spirit a bit better when you're roaming around with the boots. You run into the Earth Spirit, you can look to actually trade blows a bit. If you have a teammate there, you get him with the Burrow Strike and you can cause problems, whereas a Weaver doesn't look too potent. Like, there's not like a good killing combo. Like Weaver TA, you've got no slows, no stuns. Like the roaming Weaver with the cores that you've got doesn't seem like it's going to necessarily have that big of an impact. So we'll see mid one playing the mid silencer.
Yeah, what are your bets? Are we gonna see like max out curse or something, or do you think you're just gonna see it a little bit more regularly played and just maybe a more farm game with Glaive?
So Baby Knight used to do a bit of this for the old Imperial days, when now Cloud9, where he would go max glaives by level 7 with like 1 point in the other 2 spells. I think the Arcane Curse is the other spell that's really good to max and does a lot of harass damage. It just doesn't give you as much mid-game damage output necessarily. General, trying to be sneaky and go for... I mean, you don't expect the offlaner to be courier sniping, but problem is mid one is not bringing salves out.
Alright, man.
And Dendy doesn't have refraction. He's actually dead.
Wait, what? Oh, a little bit more fairy fire.
Okay,
it's not gonna be enough
barely
damage on that right click, so he does have a healing salve. He will be good. Weaver, unable to snipe the courier as it's not showing up top lane, because he was gonna be pulled back here with telekinesis, but they clearly do not have enough damage to actually get that kill. Popping the mid laner shrine here, and is going to return to try and get a quick kill on Dendy once again, but the word is already in place to spawn him out here.
That's... I don't know about using your mid laner shrine, but he's got a salve coming out to the mid lane at least, but never a fan of popping that shrine, but it does allow Puppey to come back in. If there's no ward here, this is a play that can pay off, but there is that ward there. Dendy going to pop the shrine of his own. He's probably, I mean, he sees Earth Spirit come back to the lane with full HP. He probably realizes that shrine was popped as well. So mid one we'll have to play without, but he's ideally going to just try not to get harassed too much, but with the side blades, that's something where Dendy can put good pressure onto mid one.
Puppey gonna throw out the roll here. Dendy tries to sidestep it, but doesn't actually hit it. And Puppey is gonna be able to slow down Dendy enough to be able to get that first blood. The Arcane Curse eating through the refraction, and the constant damage coming in from mid one does prove to be enough to bring down the mid laner of Na'Vi.
Yeah, combine the Orb of Venom helping out a lot there as well. This is a really dominant mid lane. Now they've got this small advantage. Mid one can just continue to spam that Arcane Curse's bottle, and the Clarity are coming out to give him some extra sustain, and he is not having a fun time. He is far away from his own bottle.
Found another counter to the Templar Assassin mid from this mid one secret silencer.
I feel like without the Earth Spirit, TA does just at least even in this matchup. Yeah, if anything, TA I think can win this matchup. You know, straight up 1v1. But yeah, the Earth Spirit is where turns this match. Now that Silencer has an edge, you do very well, but. The thing is, Silencer's actually not farming all that well. The CS is pretty even between the two mid laners, so you're going for these kills and like losing some CS here and there, and when Dendy is going for CS, he is getting denies here and there, so you've got to keep up this aggression, because Dendy will heavily outfarm a Silencer with the use of those ancients. Bottom lane general could be in some trouble.
Shukuchi's down. He's got 5 seconds till it's up. He tries to juke his way into the trees. Has a magic wand. 2 seconds. He'll be good. They should be anyway. He's getting a little cheeky, turn around on NiP, daring him to try and make another dagger throw.
Like that play. Got a cheeky little Gemini attack off and damage you can. NP has plenty of regen though. So we'll see how things go. Another salve pop by Dendy in the mid lane. This is slowing down that bottle as much as possible is really the name of the game right now, because that's when you can start like picking up runes, jungling a bit more efficiently, having more access to constant refraction. Puppey tries to line up the Boulder Smash at mid, doesn't nail that one. Very hard to initiate with Boulder Smash nowadays. Once upon a time you could do that as an Earth Spirit, but not anymore.
Kezu actually picks up the Iron Talon. I guess he's assuming he's not going to be receiving a whole lot of help from Earth Spirit, so this Rubik Finchal Spirit thing appears to be dangerous enough that Kezu wants to jungle. So the next mid action, presuming Kezu just stays AFK jungle, is going to be bottom as well, where we've had this constant little battle between Weaver and PA. Then Seng matched up against the Disruptor, and with the higher levels in Burst Strike, we might be able to see Na'Vi pick up a kill here, where they're mid lane falling short.
One thing I wonder if Kezu does is with his boots, he could theoretically rotate on mid with the Earth Spirit, like smoke up with Earth Spirit Slider. Level 2 sprint, level 2 crush is plenty to kill a TA with, so I think that's like a surprise play you can do as a Slider. He has the money for his boots now. doesn't have a smoke, which is maybe the one thing they're lacking. But even without a smoke, there's actually no vision on that north side of this mid lane.
Smoke comes in from Na'Vi. They're gonna try and go for a Rubik Sand King rotation. Sand King does have that level 2 bro strike, so not quite as limited in range as it used to be. They're hoping to be able to catch mid 1, but they see Puppey is kind of blocking their way. This ward is gonna wear out. Puppey spots it, realizes that's been causing him a lot of issues in lane. The smoke pops on the side of Na'Vi as well, but they haven't got it just yet. They're gonna throw another ward here. Spot Puppey, not gonna go for it. Now the kick comes out, the roll misses, and Viper will be able to get some distance. Telekinesis, throw back to Highlight Die. They need to be able to stay ahead of this glimpse. Highlight Die's not gonna be able to get him, as it's only level 1 glimpse. RN comes back, goes for the kill on mid 1, trades away his life to make sure that happened. General's gonna be able to pick up a lot. It looks like Highlight Die may also go down. With Danny now coming in, NP, he's gonna join the fight as well with Dagger in. Puppey trying to make his jukes around, but Danny finds Old Ben to get Highlight Die as well with help of General. They turn now together to fight against NP, but Kezu's made a surprise entry. Danny's out of mana, no more reaction charges for him, so they turn and fight against NP as best they can. This fight they cannot win. General is forced away, the only surviving member of Na'Vi in that engagement.
It feels like it wasn't a total disaster for Na'Vi. They killed the silencer. They trade, what, 2 supports? Both teams lose their mid laner and 2 supports, and I mean, it was, what, 5 secret heroes committing to that while Na'Vi had the Venge staying top lane. So I think it's a, if anything, it's a slight Na'Vi win, keeping the Venge farming. And also just Dendi gets his bottle. Like, he spends his money before he dies, so Dendi doesn't really lose too much there. He gets back to mid lane. He's level 6 now. It gives him some. It actually helps him recover, despite him dying at the end. I would call that recovery for him. And now he's got a kill on silencer. Hit 6, has the traps.
Dunzo.
General's been very good with his like early game pressure. He rotates mid. He came before that fight even started to help make sure things went alright for them. Now he comes mid again. General's been very active.
Man realizes a little bit too late. Sandstorm's underneath his sentry, and we'll be giving the kill to NP. Kezu's in some trouble. He's gonna be telekinesis pulled back, but uh-oh, Bibba, what did you do? He was actually taking all the power shots that whole entire time, so he is going to go down here. As he survives, he's gonna go to pull back on Pyjamas. Not healthy enough to threaten that hero.
Well, this is gonna perhaps stabilize things a bit for Kezu now. He's level 6. Back to the jungle he goes. Gonna get what farm he can. Pycat's gone for an aggressive swap though at top. He wants the solo kill. I think he may pay for this with his life if he's not careful though.
Oh, Pycat, you crazy. He gets the kill and support, but oh no, the misroll by Puppey. Now counter from Armin as they get the bro strike. Mid one gets the silence on a Pycat, but it doesn't do anything. Pycat's just ready to full right click down the Earth Spirit and will survive through all of that. So Pycat, not so crazy it seems.
Hey, so he's got 1100 HP with this build of his. It's ridiculous how tanky Venge actually can be as a core, and this is a big reason why this hero is played in that safe lane core role. You're so stat heavy, and you just become this great frontliner. And against this lineup with all the silencers, they don't necessarily have a ridiculous amount of damage output, but the silencers can be very problematic. Having a tanky Venge in the front can be very beneficial to you.
And he still needs a bit of recovery time. He's sitting at 25 and 12 in CS. That results in about 2,400 net worth. Of course, we said he should be able to get some pretty decent recovery time, right? Vengeful Spirit can get quite active, and then he can start playing off those neutrals pretty well, especially if he can get another kill on the mid one, swap back in the burrow strike. Beautiful combination of stuns, well coordinated by Na'Vi. Get yet another kill on that mid lane.
Yeah, this is...
Maybe one more. Trap. Pycat trying to get a range the missile, but he gets him back first. Still, though, looks like General might be able to get this. Silence on General prevents him from shiguching forward. Won't be able to kill that support, but mid lane tower is taking a lot of damage and might just go
2
down.
points in Vengeance, so I don't think this can be defended with Lightstone, so should be a free early tier 1 tower. Though secret, they're keeping in numbers here, and the trap will scout out one of those, so they decide to take the cautious approach. They don't want to give up any lives to take that mid tower and come back for it later. Great aggression, and this is my experience with mid silencer games, like be it watching it in pro games. Oh, hold that thought. Kezu at top is going to get gone on now.
They are a man backs away. They see the mass TPs, especially MP. That is a hero that nobody wants to be near right now, and poor Pivo's gonna get a up close and personal touch. Amplified damage actually wears out here. They are gonna be able to get into the dagger, and there it is, the pullback. You know, Sun for MP is going to have a pretty fast escalator at this rate.
Yeah, that's going to be... With the amp damage, this PA can have a fantastic time and need to, because, yeah, the Silencer, I feel like, is one of those heroes that does really well the first 4 or 5 minutes, but once rotations start happening around the map, Silencer really struggles and dies very easily, as we're seeing.
But in with some extra forces, Pycat will TP in. To help the Ogre Frost stage, this actually makes very big difference, giving everyone that 8 armor bonus against damage of PA.
Yeah, nice neutral to have. Would you rather have the Ogre or the Satyr, though, is the question, I guess.
I think the Ogre for being able to spread that damage around, but there's probably plus scenarios, right, with that damage, say on Weaver, where you desperately would want that purge at the right time.
Yeah, getting rid of the amp and also slowing enemies can be nice, but top lane they've gone in on Kezu.
Being bait. Yeah, he's baiting up this whole entire situation for Secret. Secret are still here in force. Navi didn't expect it.
Pycat's
there goes Pycat for it. Unless Pycat, MP's got him. He's gonna be able to jump to him, gets a magic missile, limps back, Pycat, Purns, kills Poppy at least, but now Denny's with an ace rune. What a ace to think of. He joins in, they trade 1 for 4, make it 1 for 5. Cause mid 1, he might as well be a support this point. He's dropped down so far in net worth has not progressed at all because the constant Navi rotations on it.
This kind of way I'm at. When I first saw the Silencer pick, I felt like it needs to be in the safe lane because this hero gets rotated on so easily. And he's going for a fast Midas, which I think you've got to almost rush the 4-staff on this hero because of how important mobility is, so that you just don't instantly die in these fights. Going for this Midas to me just means he's going to keep on dying more and more in these clashes. But
Silence,
great fight.
They need a crit here, RMN. There it is. Just before Silence fades and Roche Strike goes up, he gets the crit necessary.
Navi's in the Roche pit. And they've stolen the Corrosive Haze. This is the easiest Roche of their life. Beetles, Corrosive Haze, Venge. They've got every minus armor in the book. Minus 23 armor I saw for a second there. Then the Beetle died. Jeez.
My mind just kind of worked that one. I was like, how the hell did they have Weaver, Vengeful Spirit, TA, and Mordor all in one team? Wow. It's the only Corrosive Haze from Biver does quite work against Doshan. And 12 minutes in, 4,000 gold league, 2,000 experience.
I think the concern for Secret is going to turn into like PA versus the world. Like PA is going to have to solo kill, like do all the damage in a team fight during a global silence and around the like his teammates offer good control. There's a Slatter Crush, there's the Earth Spirit with the Boulder Smash, the silences, Kinetic Field is there with the Static Storm, but the damage output is going to come almost entirely from MP. Until he gets the BKB with the Deso, he's very fragile. There's good magic burst damage coming from the Magic Missile, the Burrow Strike. I mean, you're throwing even like the Fade Bolt and all that. The Swarm damage kind of can add up as well. He's going to have to play very cautiously and choose his time well when he enters the fight.
Looking like Navi, both in this game as well as just a team in general, are building up steam. This is they put on a really good performance game 1, and it seems like game 2 is an even cleaner performance, including Denji's stuff here. Looks like he's going to be caught out by the rotation from Secret here in the top lane. The rest of Navi, we're taking bottom.
Yeah, Dendi quite a bit alone there with good presence on the top side of the map. Secret are going to look to trade this bottom lane for top. It will be a tier 2 tower potentially though if Navi press forward, which it looks like they are angling to do, both General and Pycat rejoining this push effort, and RMN's already kind of like looped in behind the tower. He's like, alright, if Secret show top, we're taking this tower, no one's going to be able to defend this one, and it does look like that's going to be the case. Even with a 5v4 advantage, Secret do not feel like they've got a really good tactical position to fight at bottom lane.
It's going to grow Navi's net worth even more. It also ensure a need of Lincolns pretty soon here for General. Yep. That's a very big pick very early on in the game for this off laner, when the safe laner is currently operating on, looks like he's going to be picking Anson next. The Silent makes sense.
Yep.
We talked about how from this safe lane core we want a BKB or Manta hero we could potentially see both here.
Yeah. More damage output, I guess, from the Manta. You maybe thinking like he wants to save the BKB for later, still up to 10 seconds. I think this is one of those games where Weaver can go full defensive with his item build if he wants. Like General can go even like BKB, after the Lincoln Sphere, and Na'Vi do not lack damage upward. Like, between the TA who's going to have a Desolator, I mean, there's going to be a Sand King at some point with a Blink Epicenter, there's Avenge as a core who's very farm right now, top of the net worth. Weaver is not, like, there's no, unlike I feel like where Arrow went wrong, where he went too dense with his items when he needed to do damage, this game doesn't matter so much for General.
Dire's top tower.
Inclined to be with you on that one. 2 minutes until the Aegis is reclaimed. Secrets, they want to hold their aggression until that is gone. But it does seem like Squid need to start being on the aggressive sometimes too. Maybe they have to wait for the Aegis, but they certainly cannot let Silencer, especially since his ultimate global silence is so dependent on getting the initiation first. It's not a very good reactive spell a lot of the times. So if they can actually be the ones smoking out and setting the pace for this game, they'll have a lot better chance against Navi's line.
Smoking into the Aegis, not necessarily, I think it's actually kind of a good idea because it could catch them by surprise and you're smoking towards a lot of your vision, so it's a good place to take a fight. Problem is, Na'Vi have the same idea. They head south while Secret head to the north side of the map, and NiP does not want to get caught out here. He is going to tuck himself back near his tower. And I imagine Na'Vi will ideally look to get down some deep wards here. They've only got the one on the Rubik. All MP's walked into them. That's...
MP, there goes the global sign, so it's opposite epicenter. That's gonna be pretty decent. River's gonna be the first target here as Pop rolls in with big time combination, doing a lot of damage to Jimmy. Static Storm laid up, but Pyjamas as well. Na'Vi, the drop it like flies now. His physical damage is not enough to finish spinning one of these heroes. Armin comes in with 2-man burst strike, gonna make it alive. Pyjamas does manage to pick up on, looking for a second one now. NP jumps back in, RMN with the amplified damage. NP, he wants a bigger kill though. He looks towards General, starts running over there, thinking about it. Pycat's stunned up a little bit. Pylight out, finally dropped General. He's dropping lower and lower though with this Arcane Curse mid-one's actually gonna be able to pick up that kill as MP jumps in to finish off Pycat. Na'Vi lose the fight dramatically against Secret. All 3 cores staying alive and finishing off Na'Vi.
Oh, that's some turnaround there. They managed to just get back in time to group up and fight around the PA, and that global silence came at the perfect time as well. There was like one more follow-up stun. Like, if they'd managed to just get off like a magic missile onto the PA, they probably would have been able to kill off MP during that stun duration, and that fight wouldn't have gone as badly. But just being able to global before that follow-up stun came from Na'Vi, and the world of difference. And Secret feeling boosted up after that fight. Want to go again? They need to be careful because this is now without the global silence, and if Na'Vi can get numbers in this area, I think Na'Vi will have a good way to take a fight here, even without Sand King Blink.
They knew too. It's like, you don't always have to throw down a kind of wards with your smoking, but against Templar Assassin, I think you do. They got spotted out by a trap. Na'Vi are in a position trying to take the high ground. They're actually going to push out now. Pycat is going to be immediately blown up here with underneath the Static Storm. They're going to glimpse back Dendy, and that, I'm not sure what kind of movement they thought Secret was taking there.
Yeah, I mean, Secret were very patient, just sitting on that little ramp on the south side of the river, waiting their time for someone to show, and eventually Pycat does, and gets taken out as a result of it. And it is, I mean, for a while it felt like they were fine without the Blink Dagger, but I think now we're at that point where Secret are starting to win these fights because they've got the cleaner initiation. That Slaughter Blink Crush is proven to be like the better way to start a fight, whereas for Na'Vi, until they get a Blink Dagger and Sand King, aren't able to be the ones jumping and initiating. And against the Silencer team, you want to be in that position.
Pushes forward, sees if he can find anybody for a glimpse target. No such luck though, Tier 1 tower will go uncontested. Team Secret. What are they gonna do from here? They push out aggressively like we thought they needed to do, but they did that once. Do you think they continue to keep hitting against Na'Vi, try and keep them on the back foot?
I mean, ideally you want to set yourself up to be able to at least keep vision around that Roche pit with the Roche respawn coming in the next 3 to 4 minutes or so. I think I don't imagine they have too many smokes left at this point. They've kind of chewed through them over the last 5 minutes of the game, but they're kind of at that point where I think they want to fall back and play a slower pace now. They're going to go for a... It looks like an Armored on side. I was wondering if Kezu was going to go for the Midas, but it seems like he's got a different idea. But they've got the Midas on the Silencer. The PA BKB is where they get really strong, though. That's where MP doesn't have to worry about the lockdown and control from the Sand King, Rubik, Venge, and his game gets a whole lot easier.
Yeah, a very close some of those big ticket items, and then maybe they can resume the aggression from there. The global silence is still going to be rather effective versus Na'Vi for the time being with support Sand King. We talked about how like with the offense Sand King you want to get used there eventually, but support Sand King doesn't have that opportunity. The Manta is a little bit delayed here for Pycat as he's gone down in so many achievements. General is just operating on a Lincoln Sphere for now, so they still have big mid-game strength around this global ability.
And the Manta isn't necessarily going to help you if you get caught or jumped on by the Slider. Like that Blink Crush into Static Storm that we've seen a couple fights in a row is going to completely destroy you. That's why you'd rather have the BKB, so... Na'Vi are going to have to approach these fights very differently, even when they've got some of these items.
Initiation is a must. RMN kind of neutral his way to that last 250 gold that's needed for the Blink Dagger. But meanwhile, BKB, the first of many items for Secret.
Yeah, I think the game looks very different for Na'Vi with their Blink Daggers. So like having a TA and Sand King with a Blink could be an instantly dead Disruptor, Earth Spirit, even someone like a Silencer could just get Blink stunned by a Sand King, Blink Meld Strike, and is just instantly deleted. So Na'Vi's approach to fights is made a lot easier through these Blink Daggers, and I think that's where those last couple plays by Secret were really well timed because they took advantage of Na'Vi not having those gap closes.
What's their vision like? They don't have a whole lot of aggressive vision. They don't see too many heroes, so I think they're kind of grouped up, maybe anticipating some sort of smoke rotation or something about now. Thinking about a high ground and just seeing what's gonna be happening.
Yeah.
But we are spending more time farming right now. They got the Blink finish up on both Dandy as well as RMN, so quick fast initiations can still win them the fights against this BKB and global side.
I think this positioning is just like, we have no smokes, let's just camp this high ground position and wait and see what happens. Like, they don't want to... If they show too many heroes bottom, they risk getting jumped on and initiated around the road. Even, it's not that their opponents are going to necessarily take Roche, but someone could get jumped. Even with the Shrine there to TP to, that if someone gets jumped, they instantly get deleted. That's the nature of these Blink Daggers on Na'Vi. So Secret want to make sure they have everyone there as 5 to start the fight off. And that's why they're just going to defend bottom with some illusions, which is a nice little room pickup. Silencer is not with the rest of the team at the moment, and Na'Vi, Biver, oh, he's actually in,
what? Not expecting many of these Na'Vi members here. That was awkward as hell.
Yeah, I think they see Biver and they probably think, okay, there's 4 or 5 heroes with. He was like almost entirely alone, with the exception of RMN slightly to the north. But I don't think RMN would have blinked stunned to save the Rubik there.
They do have very good vision. Na'Vi's side around this top half of the map now.
Still traps, very good for keeping vision on the Na'Vi side. Like even with the sentry there, there's still a trap in the Roche pit. You can just constantly recast that.
Have the ward in place to be able to get that glimpse in. Static Storm, they're going to commit everything they have to bring down this carry. They know how important he is for some damage in these team fights.
It's either a Roche or a buyback, and I don't Na'Vi necessarily want to commit their Venge buyback considering how much Pycat's farm has already fallen off. I think this is where you say, let's angle more towards the late game. Dendi's actually going to be pressuring the bottom lane. I like this play, but it's such a fast Roche that Secret can quickly come back to defend.
Looks like minimal damage was done on the objectives. Na'Vi's side, they get a little bit of damage on that tier 2 top, nothing on the tier 3 at bottom. Are gonna try and go for a quick kill on Puppy here. Someone pick off the good a lot, but V can't actually finish him up.
Tanky.
He's significantly tanky with that value buckler. What a Puppy specialty that is.
Yeah, I mean, he gets so tanky like, on some of his supports. I mean, he plays a bit greedy and gets more farm than most. And he's like, Bit Booster, Buckler, Raindrop, and Urn. And like all 6 of these items give him like some decent survivability. That is...
Looking for the Crimson Guard, maybe? Later on, that'll be a nice damage block scenario against those bugs.
Yeah, all the Na'Vi damage output is really going to be physical damage this game. The Sand King is not really looking like a big threat as far as damage output goes. He will have a level 2 epicenter soon, but the 3 cores are entirely physical. This is a great game for a Crimson Guard, and I mean, Puppy's not really that far away from it. Couple of towers or 1 team fight and he's going to have pretty much enough money to complete it.
Dire's middle tower is
Nearing the split push objectives, Navi sticking away from NP versus Secret as they push out the Tier 2 tower. See it as Secret a TP to one side lane or the other if there's any opportunities for Navi to find a quick pick on somebody.
Well, Navi kind of posturing around this top lane with Iron Man. Will be another Earth Spirit TP. Will Iron Man get him this time? I don't think they're even going to try.
I think they learned their lesson from last time. This guy's too tanky and they're too quick with the TPs. We can't get him. Dendi does manage to spawn out a couple of these heroes rotating over thanks to traps. Dendi's just pushing for efficiency's sake to maximize the farm underneath the nose of Secret. Does finally force himself to TP back. Got a little space for General to farm in top lane, and that's about it.
Iron Man blinks out, pushes the lane with a sandstorm. This is kind of the split push time for Na'Vi. They're like, alright, they've got Aegis, they're just 5-manning down all our towers. We can't defend bottom lane. We can't defend either of these towers most likely. Let's try and pull them back to defend this top lane. So Iron Man pushes out one way, Puppey kind of comes back. It's this kind of tug of war between Puppey and Iron Man as far as this top lane creep equilibrium goes. But Puppey, he just feels confident that his team can push without him. There's also a shrine close enough to this bottom lane that should it look like a big fight's about to break out, he can still at least TP and get there like partway through the fight. And you know your team with an Aegis and a BKB-PA are not going to lose the fight in the first like 5-10 seconds.
Oh, it looks like they are Na'Vi kind of want to force this real quickly. They rotated, but then Puppey went off map. He backed away from
they've got Dendi's BKB, that's why.
Okay, this is definitely going to be a big pickup. Kezu looks for the initiation. Dendi's already picked up the one disruptor stun, and he's going to be up next and manage to get stun on hand. There goes that Aegis. Kezu caught by the bugs. He's not going to be able to reinitiate with that. Now he's immediately peppered away by Dendi. BKB activated by Andy, and they blow us in before refreshing can come back in. A global silence activated by Cat, now fighting into Puppey. Gets the swap out, turns the fight a little bit more. The epicenter's here, but the BKB still activated by MP, dodges most of that damage, and they'll clean up Na'Vi members 1, 2, and maybe a 4th in RMN. Yeah, he's not making it out. Spotted out, Secret managed to lock him down, and would start off with Na'Vi on the BKB on Dendi. I personally thought they were going to wait for the BKB on Pyjamas before they tried to get into a big engagement. But
they felt they spotted an opportunity. I think that was very, very ballsy play from Na'Vi, but they instantly take out the Disruptor, so there's no Disruptor ultimate to worry about. They know Puppey's not in the fight, so they turn it into what's effectively, at least temporarily, a 5v3 fight. So they feel like, alright, it's worth taking a 5v3 fight where we pop the BKB early. They break the Aegis too. Like, they killed MP's first life without losing too much. Problem was, couldn't get Kezu in the trees. That armlet made him just too tanky. He was even able to armlet toggle after he got low and the Weaver was trying to chase him down, and Kezu had gone for like any different item build. I think they kill Kezu and that fight goes very differently. But really good play from Kezu to stay alive as well as MP's second life. He also got the amp damage on the Dendi post BKB, which meant that Dendi melted to the PA's second life.
is looking to be able to pick up the MKB to try and counter that PA's natural evasion, but that's going to be a long time coming unless Na'Vi can still make a fight happen. Sanishore immediately lay down as Arman tries to go for the initiation. Countered up Na'Vi with that ultimate on cooldown, still kind of hanging around thinking maybe they could fight. General's going to be stunned up, if they can get the crit, and got him! Corrosive hits and immediately gets the crit to follow that one up, eliminating General, and now all bets are off. Now there's no way they can win an engagement going back in. Pyjamas gonna be the extra cleanup with the glimpse back, and Secret take another 4 against Na'Vi.
I mean, that is the beauty of Disruptor. Like, what's a bad pickoff turns into like a bad quote-unquote team fight. Like, one should just be 1 kill from a good defensive play from Secret turns into 4 all of a sudden. I mean, the bottom lane was Na'Vi on the aggressive. That was like Na'Vi going for a pickoff, and you think normally like a pickoff backfiring is normally like that one hero who goes in, ends up dying, and the rest of the team just get out. But no, there's no escaping there against the Disruptor, and Secret are in a spot to break through a lane of racks here. There are pretty short respawn timers, and there is still global silence though for Secret, and that's where they're like, well, they're respawning, but we've got global silence.
Here comes the epicenter. They're gonna try and blow up MP with all the magic damage. The global silence goes down. It's not. Oh, it is enough. MP actually managed to get the point away. Evades all the shots from tower as well. Na'Vi hold their tier 3, but they win so much more of that. That's why Pyjamas comes in. Oh, he managed to dodge the sun, but it may not be enough. A good throw strike comes in. Pycat fighting up against MP, but he can't win that engagement. Danny will finish him off, get a little bit of vengeance for his ally, but they need to be able to catch so much more. The TPN pilot not going to be caught static storm and a TP away. Won't manage to make it out alive. A 1 for 3, thanks in part to Pycat's ballsy ass Shrine DP.
Yeah.
Gonna be able to find first one, looks like Puppy. Get the kick out,
He's gonna jam.
away, but our men can blink in.
Oh dear.
Slow down by the trap, and that is going to be a gem going the way of Navi. What a nasty turn of events after it's been secret, back to back. Navi finally show a little bit of strength in them.
I think you said it best earlier where talking about the silencer ultimate, you want to use it when you're the ones initiating, and that's like first time where Navi get a really good initiation onto the PA. Like in the past we saw like there being a lift or a single stun and then there'd be a global silence and the PA doesn't take too much damage. This time it was a full epicenter burrow strike. And by the time the global silence comes out, but PA is already on 200-300 HP. Ideally they want to kill the PA there, but they're allowed to chase after the PA because she can't fight. She's on 200-300 HP. She ends up deciding, well, I can't run either, so I'm going to do my best, take a hero with me, but Dendi cleans her up, so being able to initiate onto the PA with the epicenter seems like the approach for Na'Vi to win a team fight. Like, they have to get PA down to, like, below half HP before the BKB is popped, because that means PA can't then reliably fight. There's a good chance that Dendi will be able to get off enough right clicks that they can get the kill. And once there's an MKB, that PA is going to really struggle if she gets initiated on by the Sand King.
I think another thing that this says is that the backup carry, Mid-1, who's been making some pretty decent progression in net worth after having a rough-ass start. I was going to say, what? With his Shivas, all of a sudden he actually becomes a threat, but he still got blown up in that team fight despite the heavy armor upgrade.
I remember clicking before the fight, I'm like, oh, he's pretty tanky, he's got some good items, he's recovered, but in the actual team fight itself, I felt like, yeah, I didn't see him. He didn't really have much of an impact, and only Na'Vi are getting these lanes pushed back out, they're getting items across their cores, Dendi's close to finishing his MKB, Pycat with a BKB could be a game changer in itself. Diffusal on the Weaver, yeah, I'm curious to see what this picks about. I guess you can use it to kind of look to kite around and also get the global silence off of a teammate, but not yourself. But yeah, interesting little pickup.
Full scan the Radiant side. They are going to make their way over there with the smoke looks like that. They run into the Roshan pit, find Wild Wing Ripper. I'm not sure if kids accidentally clicked on that one, but they do chase away that Wild Wing Ripper, and you will not have as much information.
Worth killing those traps, I think, instantly anyway, so not too big deal, but I gotta imagine there's not anything, like there's probably no smokes left for Secret now for this next Roshan. I guess Na'Vi still not having a BKB on Pycat means it will be hard for Pycat to enter that next fight. Dendi with an MKB, oh boy, if they can smoke and get on the PA, this could be huge. Don't think the Crimson Guard's going to protect against this amount of TA damage output.
Alright, man. You gotta make sure you do not get caught before this whole entire engagement goes. Pilot
just out of range.
So close with a glimpse.
Oh my gosh.
Just out of range.
That was...
time lapse is gonna be used by the Weaver.
I felt a bit fortunate for Iron Man. I don't think he needs to be making that play pushing out mid lane. They got to get in this Roche pit soon. They're going to scout it out again, and gives them the intel that they need to go now.
They know that time lapse is on cooldown. I think they want to force that engagement during this time.
Pycat pops in!
On him and do up the static storm, and actually gonna go for it. He's snatching the edges on mid-1. He's gonna fight this one out with MP. Again, Pycat inside the pit. He's gone, and Na'Vi have aborted his whole entire fight. There's a couple more. That's gonna be RMN going down. Maybe we'll see. Hopefully not Dendi. Dendi can't be caught, that's for sure. It looks like they'll both get away.
That was very... I mean, it's so hard to play those Roche fights when you're going in blind. Like, Sand King had to probably just pre-cast the Burrow Strike post-blink, and he didn't hit the PA with it. He only stunned the Silencer in the pit. He also didn't want to go for the Epi... I think if he goes for the Epicenter, it could go a bit better for him, but problem is that he's in plain sight. It's daytime, so if he goes for the Epicenter on that ramp, he gets seen doing it. Maybe he needs to... I think the play there is to like cast the Epicenter from the Ancients area and then blink in from the Ancients into the Roche pit with the Burrow Strike. If he goes for that kind of a play, potentially it works out, but problem was Pycat swaps in, finishes Roshan, but Slaughter's there to stun him and prevent him picking up an Aegis, and Na'Vi are going to go back to defending and playing from the back foot now that there's an Aegis on the Secret side. But it is an Aegis on the Silencer. I'm not sure if that's really the hero they wanted to have the Aegis on.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi right now anyway, especially with Global Silent on cooldown, they want to be able to focus down that NP first. Doesn't really feel like Silence is that big a threat, but maybe he will become a big threat with this next item in the Sight Device. That will be a significant damage upgrade.
NP on the other hand, building in Assault Crest. I think this is a must-buy item given it's purely physical damage killing him in these fights, so the one item that's going to give him the extra bit of survivability as well as help out with damage output.
Dire's top tower is
He's pushing from the bottom lane. These kind of pushes from General have done with a lot more confidence with this fresh BKB picked up by him. He's going to try and keep Secret away from pushing into these items and forcing these potential 3 Aegis scenarios that we bought.
Actually, crazy how much the itemization from Secret is like. It's out of the norm because they're just purely countering the Na'Vi physical damage. Like you've got the Slider going for a Vlad's with Armlet, 2 very heavy armor items. You've got the Earth Spirit going for the Crimson Guard into a casual chainmail. He's going to be going into a Solar Crest off of this. So everyone is just itemizing differently because of the Na'Vi lineup.
Pull back on RMN. Puppy misses the kick there, but Kazu will be in place for the crush.
Na'Vi split push is going to be very annoying though this game, and that's where it's like, well, you can itemize, you can have the teamfight advantage, but you've got to be able to keep these lanes pressured out, which General is doing his best to make difficult.
Just about to say, I don't think that pickoff on tanking is going to be much.
Can they get this combo?
Like he is, but if he can get the kill onto Dandy, that'll be much bigger. Solar Refraction, point energy at the blink away. A BKB could be used. Back over the bottom lane. General fighting it out with Kazu. Passes BKB. Diffuses up Kazu, stopping that sprint. Top is rushing into the base. Managed to pick up that kill. Time lapse away. Back over to mid. He's going out. Look like they're going to try and hunt downwards and catch General with this BKB on cooldown.
That was so well played by Na'Vi in the bottom lane. Like General's just sitting there. He knows heroes are going to come for him, but he's got Biva behind him on the Rubik. Rubik comes in, gets the 2-man stun with the telekinesis, and then steals the crush. Allows General to turn it around, get the kill, and get out. It does cost him a BKB charge, but it was like a good 500 extra damage onto the tower. They get a kill. They buy time to help this Aegis expire. Like this is the kind of plays that will buy Na'Vi time to extend this game, them into a position where Venge can get some more item. And Pycat not going for the BKB, interestingly, going for the Lotus Orb. Wants to just get some extra armor and be able to instantly purge off some silences in a secondary way. I think we're getting to that point where the Static Storm isn't as big of a problem because Disruptor dies so early on in a lot of these fights, so probably just feels like he can go for a different approach in terms of his items.
I think in some ways Pycat is becoming less of a presence when it comes to his physical damage and much more secondary to Dendy. If he can't actually save Dendy, he'll be able to Lotus Orb and himself and then swap Dendy out. I think that may be better use of his life.
This feels like one of those Acceptor games almost on Avenge. You know, like you throw away your life to save a teammate, and then you still have your Avenger life. So you put the Vengeance Aura on the enemy and still have the Aura for your team.
I mean, I was also kind of thinking in similar play. Oh, mid one. How did he get caught out like this? All these TPs up to the top lane have left mid one alone in middle. That'll be the Aegis down. Fortunately, Secret is not too far away.
I mean,
doesn't look like Na'Vi can actually go for the second kill, but it is going to be the Aegis loss.
It was expiring in 5 seconds, so it's kind of a non-issue, but it's still like you don't like to see that because it's something that shouldn't happen even when it is just like okay, that Aegis was about to expire anyways, it's a throwaway, but you don't, it's a bit of a worrying sign for Secret when Na'Vi are managing to outmaneuver Secret, but they will now target some of these shrines. It's going to take time to get to them, but definitely worth doing considering that there's going to be another Roche fight likely coming up. I don't see, unless Secret somehow get a great jump, win a big team fight, this game is definitely going to extend to that next Roche fight. And again, the split push at bottom lane is going to keep Secret busy and preoccupied. Not just bottom lane, but top lane as well is going to keep them constantly defending.
Yeah, I think Secret... I think this may still be one of their better opportunities to claim some objectives and force Na'Vi back, but maybe not. They are actually
I think it's
not going high ground immediately. In general, it's already getting damage on the tier 2.
It's very tough to try and force the TPs back by going for that high ground because of the Venge swap. You're so scared of that swap.
And NP put up on the cliff. Somebody help. Give me a blink. Phantom Strike.
I mean, it's a free tier 2 tower. Now Na'Vi can take those shrines. Actually, no, there's a mid tier 2. Sorry about that. There. Can't quite take the shrines, but it's still farm. It's still... Like, I feel like Na'Vi is getting a bit more farm out of the map, farming top and bottom right now. Although, with that said...
Your Scepters himself,
Blink
Burst
TP,
Strike,
okay.
blink to the side. As long as he remains out of vision, they can't glimpse him. Nice.
Radiant's
They
bottom
adjust in general is going to become quite the threat here with all the foot pushing before because we went to double defensive items. His damage hasn't been that threatening, but he is on the cusp of a fresh upgrade in damage.
Radiant's middle
Probably the MKB, I guess, against the PA. I mean, the Desos are always a nice pickup, but against the PA, the MKB is definitely damage output. And yeah, Pycat's queued up the Ag Scepter after the Lotus Orb, so it looks like he's on the same page where he's not really he's the utility carry. He's got to keep Dendi alive, and I mean, they've got plenty of damage output across their 3 cores. The Sanking Epicenter is going to start to kick in as a late game damage dealer as well, so there's not pressure on Pycat to be a damage dealer in the late game.
Oh, man! Oh, God, just keep on doing this, buddy. Just keep on buying your team time with these sort of plays. If he can actually get out, it'll even be better, but he's going to be one-stop. Has a blink out of a second and Burst Strike, but I don't think he's going to have a chance to use it. That is still 5 members of Secret in the bottom lane, and they're all going to have to TP or play somehow defensively, and he's still catching. Dick, is it a time? Oh, Pycat gets nailed just before the TP can complete. Pycat pops a low sword, turns and fights, hoping to be able to get at least one, but Puppy is not even close to death. He gets that one. General almost gets the tier 2 in mid off of that one, opening up the shrines, but not quite.
It's actually so frustrating. It's like one of the new counters to split pushing is these shrine TPs. It's like, all right, they can't get behind me, and then you're threatening to push a tier 3 town, and then suddenly there's like 2 heroes behind you, and you're like, oh wait, that's right, they can TP to shrines nowadays. And Pycat's play there would have been totally fine and like the standard right play to make on any other pre 7.0 patch, but those shrines are his undoing as Puppy's able to get in there in time to cancel that TP out.
Or even having BKB, he could BKB TP out.
I still feel like, the BKB over the Lotus Orb would have made a bit more. The Lotus Orb is the more team-oriented item, and it will help against this Hex. Like, if someone like Dendi gets Hexed and initiated on it, it means he can help him out. But I think he can help him out by swapping him. That's the thing. If he has he could swap him out and then pop a BKB. So I don't necessarily feel like the Lotus Orb was a necessary item pickup this game.
Do you ever, because we talked about the axe on Vengeful Spirit, and I think it was a good suggestion. Pycat seems to agree, so he's trying to pick that item up now. Do you think the axe on Weaver is ever going to be a thing that we talk about this game, or should it just be straight damage? Hold on, our man goes up, highlight dives, way goes out, MP is gonna be able to clutch this kill, most likely with a glove smack into a crush. Our man has no hope of escape, and Secret are slowly but surely getting Na'Vi out of position more and more, and keeping lanes relatively pushed in at the same time.
Yeah, this is a good chain to pick off. Secret, I think, starting to figure the game out a bit better now with their ability to find these split pushes. I think they were prioritizing too much, just pushing down one lane, and now they're like, okay, we've got to just send out 2 or 3 heroes, go and get these kills, and then go back to pushing. Even if it means we're not breaking high ground, just punish Na'Vi. Like, you can't let Na'Vi just walk all over multiple lanes, get a free tier 2 tower top, have you chase them around, like with this Sand King, Yules blinking around. Like, you've got to make sure you get these kills, even if you're not getting Raxes. Set yourself up to perhaps go for a Rax with the next Aegis cheese. But back on the topic of the Ags for Weaver, I think there's too much pressure for General to actually do damage this game. I think he's going to be too slot limited to... For Na'Vi to win, like in my mind, for Na'Vi to win, it's going to take a 6-slotted Weaver and a 6-slotted TA.
Yeah. Do you just want this General to go full damage then?
Yeah, the Ags could be nice. Maybe it saves Dendi one fight, but they've got to maximize their damage output in that small window where they like pop their BKBs in the fight. And I think going like an MKB into Bloodthorn or something is going to be a better way to approach this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. The way I see it is that in the beginning of this game, either Weaver or Vengeful Spirit could turn into that support utility role with the ads, or in this case the swap, but once you've made that commitment, one of them has to be full damage.
Yep.
In this case, General's gotta take over the damage output. Denny will eventually drop off, right? Templar Assassin is not the be-all end-all at making carries. It's a nice damage dealer, but it is still susceptible to initiation.
It does have that nice +3 refraction instances now, which is I think one of the better level 25 talents for carries that there are in the game, so see what he can. Well, I mean, won't necessarily obviously see the impact of that, but it does make it a bit harder for the PA. Most of those Blink's Phantom Strike attacks will get blocked by the refraction at the start of a fight, so can be very pesky.
Oh no, we didn't get the blink off in
Timed it perfectly.
Did you see that? Yeah, he blinked at the same time as Glimpse, so...
What a godly play.
Yeah.
That is like some amazing timing. I'm sure there's like a tiny bit of luck involved with that as well. Like you're only going to get that 1 in 100 times, but that was the 1 in 100.
I was just like, what the hell? Alright.
Na'Vi, they're going to wrap around. This could completely catch Secret by surprise.
It looks like it just might.
But Secret have the high ground advantage.
Yeah. As long as they keep heroes in this area, good. But as soon as they start going downhill, it could get bad.
Korea walks past. They know they can go uphill now.
Oh god, they have so much good information, such a good opportunity to find this initiation, get the quick kill, Pilatize, what's him out of Kazu? He gets a 3-man crush to the static storm, follow up, Puppy gets a pummel, so it's Podcast, he's gonna get dropped, so he's standing, and more response, Arm then comes into the epicenter, but it's not gonna do enough, all magic damage is gone, and General, he's trying to get away now, but he makes to be caught as well, MP locked him down, gets the bash dagger, and they finish him off. Literally, the last one alive, 5 down from Na'Vi. Secret went from taking Roshan to potentially being countered by it. And all of a sudden, they can ignore Roshan if they want to and just go high ground.
That initially looked so good, but Kezu with the split-second reaction instantly blink crushes, catches out 3. That was some impressive play and reactions coming out from his Slardar, and I think it was the courier kill that kind of revealed their position there as well. Like, they kind of showed their hand by killing that courier, and then they didn't, like, they need I think it's Na'Vi who have to make that split-second jump. The second they see, like, they're on the high ground, they see heroes, they just need to blink crush and delete a hero right away with the TA. Pop the BKB and just stand your ground and fight, but Secret, the team willing to take the initiative, get rewarded for it, and this is going to be multiple lanes of racks. Weaver, no buyback means this could just be straight up mega creeps.
It could. 30 seconds left. Bar Assassin, Danny may force no buyback on such a low death timer. That is going to be the worst feeling ever, but it's going to be worse than just watching you get megas like this. Melee racks are going to be dropping low now. 15 seconds till the Weir's up. Danny immediately gets sunned up. The low sword does a lot of work and already sideswipes up and and up the sun onto the MP, but it still managed to complete up. Danny keep on going, Glimpse back, Pycat could be the next core to get dropped, and right as Weaver comes alive behind the team, it's already called the GG. Na'Vi will lose game 2 to Secret, and we will see another game 3.
Couple of
Team Secret's turn to ban. Na'Vi's turn to ban. Na
Rubik. Weaver.
Team Secret's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to ban. Navi's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secret's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Templar Assassin.
Team Secret's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Disruptor!
Navi's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
King.
Team Secret's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Silencer.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Team Secret's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Assassin.
Axe.
Navi's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
With the Weaver in mind, I feel like a safe lane Weaver should be able to get a lot done. If we have the early BKB pickup earlier, I'm not sure how that actually involves. Do you get the Desolator? Do you train the faster MKB? I'm not sure how that workaround goes, but I think a higher net worth Weaver could have a lot more impact, especially since that was the decision that Bobby made last games. They wanted the Weaver to be the full damage. That having this crisp initiation with General being able to potentially with Big Mail turn things around on the death.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, a farmed axe late game can do very well against the PA, the blade mail, and you get some HP. It's a good Crimson Guard builder as well. So it's a pick that's gonna, I think, suit Navi's draft a lot better. That's where I was wondering if they would fourth pick that over like the Sand King, but it does still come into the draft and see how things work out for them. Kezu thinking he can get a bit more out of the lane is not going for the Iron Talon this time around. Weaver not perhaps as strong at zoning as a Venge, a slightly less kill potential between the Rubik Weaver lane than the Venge Rubik lane, but still a pretty potent lane, don't get me wrong.
For sure, just lacking that extra bit of nuking disable. Biver and RMN doing something interesting. They couple up together, blocking together, but they smoked, and I think that was fine, except for the part where they caught Dandy.
He's going to come out of the smoke. There's even a Radiant High Ground ward, so it's not like he's going to pop on his high ground with nothing seeing. This shouldn't work.
They just need to go right now before the smoke puzzle is solved.
Oof. Yeah, slightly misexecuted. They had an idea they wanted to do, but yeah. Here's boots on Sanking. They could still go for this. But now it's just the ward and the high ground.
Puppy being guardian to mid-one silent again. He's gonna go for the high ground check. Sure enough, there is Armand sitting there. Which means Kazu just got some free time in his lane. Well, I say free time, he actually really didn't get too much. Looks like Blade's pushing for it though. He's got double range.
They'll try pull this back. They've actually already stacked the neutral camp though, so it doesn't end too poorly for Na'Vi. They'll be able to deny a wave or two of XP and farm from Kezu following this, and maybe even get some farm on the Rubik. They're already pulling it over, trying to catch these range creeps. Take those 2 range creeps away, that's a lot of XP that Kezu is not going to end up getting.
That's interesting. They blocked out their own hard camp on the Radiant side. They're gonna have our men coming over. General might be able to... No, well, that went up. Fortunately, it's not level 2, so no battle hunger or anything that can bang chase down his orb. A bit of space granted, General will have the creep wave push into him and get a wall fall.
I wonder if that's a misclick from Pilot Eye, perhaps. I'm not sure if you want to block that camp when you're running like a... I guess it's an aggressive dual lane you perhaps do, but it's just General down there. You want to have access to that side pull to do similar things to what Navi's doing up top.
Yeah. As you had that nice double range creep situation with Lina to push into him, but he has since found his lane holds and he's at least a lot of gold. Still getting some experience thanks to initial creeps, but...
Gets some experience. He also got the bounty rune too, which is pretty nice, so it gives him a little boost. So he'll have boots at least at a decent time. Feels like he's going to reach like a similar timing on his level 4 plus boots as last game with the Iron Talon. Dendi, though, has vacated his lane and gone jungle. He's having a very rough time once again. This is actually worse than last game, what's happened to him. So this is... And that's with that early smoke, so this is a bit of a concern. Navi.
Our man was contesting the easy camp pull, and they found the opportunity to get a burrow strike on the Disruptor, turning things MP. Gonna jump on a General here, thinking that maybe with Pilot Eye they can actually do something here. They've got 2 versus 3. Armin kind of sticking around seeing if he can help General if possible. He still has a call ready to go. John's gonna land the hit the slow. That will be the end of General, even with that armor upgrade on now.
Yeah, Iron Man could have gone in for a stun, but unless they got really lucky with the axe spins, that would have been 2 deaths. So it makes the safe play and just lets the axe go down. 3 heroes rotate for that, and you're still doing very well in this off lane, and now axe can TP in, and you can look to turn around and fight. He brings a salve, and Pilot Eye is going to be very careful. Another kill for Na'Vi.
Pick up there, Kezu trying to make that lane work. For the most part, it was kind of turning out as good. That extra gold to the Weaver, and that's dangerous. As we talk about the Weaver's farm in this game, going to be higher than it was last game. His birdie in this game, and extra bit of gold is...
Dendi finally gets the money for his bottle, although Courier heading top, that should not be... I guess Dendi may just head back to base to heal up after this, but he is struggling to farm. There we go, Courier goes back, he's actually goes for the boots before the bottle. Perhaps just going to be prioritizing getting the ball a bit later, using the shrines to heal up, but bottom lane, Roman, he's careful. I don't know if he's got a good escape for this one. Still has the Burrow Strike, and Pilot Eye is out of mana.
Oh, Burrow Strike over to the side. Puppy missed his roll, and now General's blocking the exit there. We'll be able to give RMN the exit.
There's another Burrow Strike.
With the call in. Puppy doesn't have anything, so... And King, kind of trying to bait it in, but it wasn't good enough.
Yeah. I think the big concern is still this mid lane, where Dendi has left this mid lane. He's been jungling for the last 2 minutes, I think. It's a completely empty lane. No one's getting farm or XP there. I mean, they're trying to contest the off lane rather than send, like, the Sand King mid just to leech XP or anything. No one can actually lane against the Silencer right now, as far as their lineup goes. But now with Dendi returning, he's gone for boots and Windlace. He's gone for this super movement speed build. And the rotation's been spotted by a scan. Really good use of that from Secret.
Puppy and Pilot Eye.
Ring around the Rosie.
A nice little game of Ring around the Rosie here as they try and catch that successful scan, but already egg bite. Roll in. Attempt to go on to Dendi here. Misses the roll in. Will manage to hit the kick though. Dendi has a refraction fresh up. It's going to be eaten pretty quickly by that orb of number of puppies.
Oh, they're going in bottom though.
But yeah, the support showing in mid lane means our man feels pretty comfortable going for MP. MP, he knows he's not feeling comfortable. He tries to eat his way through the trees. Nice juke out there. Phantom Strike just before the Burrow Strike to come in from RMN. Over to the left hand side. Miss that one. The rib goes down. Looks like Puppy Hezu managed.
Well, we asked how things would change in the game 2, and it feels like Secret have won the early game much better than they did last game. Like, mid 1 is completely pushed Dendi out of the lane. Dendi, I think, is kind of reacting to what happened last game and just saying, look, I don't even want to have to deal with these Earth Spirit rolls. He just wants to straight up jungle. The one difference is Na'Vi are contesting this offlane a bit more. They're not giving MP the easy time he had in game 1 as far as free farm goes.
Yeah, MP very rapidly was 15 minutes in. Remember that first rotation he made up to the offlane, and we kind of said, like, nobody wants to be near MP.
Yeah.
If you Na'Vi like that hero's real scary. But Nakalihim had the same kind of huge power spike, it looks like. It'll contest him in the laning phase. Haven't actually, they maybe should have him a small amount, but they haven't really stopped him. He's 34-9, haven't gotten a kill on him.
And all he needs is to hit like a good timing on like his phase boots Aquila or even just phase Bassi, and then with an amp damage he does more than enough damage with the stifling daggers. Like a level 7 PA rotating top with phase boots is scary in itself, assuming you have the amp damage.
We get a little lucky here with spins. Oh, he actually get blocked up by that one. I thought RMN was too far to the south, but he does get in front of that one. RMN maybe the turnaround kill burst right cut up, but he does have curse on him. Last shot there from mid 1. That's going to be -2, maybe -4. General's also going to be pulled back by the glimpse. Mid 1 gets the extra intelligence, starts that snowball roll.
Yeah. Axe, not a hero you want to be losing too much int on as well. One of the heroes that does run into mana problems early on, and Sanking, same thing. Like, you're playing a support Sanking with Tranquil Boots, so you're not going the Arcanes. Losing that precious int can really cost you later on when you go for Epicenters.
They're going for Kezu here. Burst strike will land up. They'll get that kill. Meanwhile, the die again here. Looks like Puppy managed to catch him in mid lane. Vivor's been kind of showing himself in mid sometimes just because Dandy has forsaken.
Yeah, it seems like okay, our TA is going to jungle. Someone should get the farm and XP. Let's just send Rubik there, but a couple of cheap kills it seems getting picked up. Highcat pressuring this top tower though. This is the first real tower pressure we've seen from either team. And PA not a hero known for really able to pressure tier 1 towers early on, and that's where Secret are the ones who have to react to the tower push, because they're not going to be able to find trades.
Telekinesis, but RMN is not going around because this ward plays behind tower. He also saw Pup. They're trying to make that go 1 versus 3, but it's 3 versus 2. General, he's kind of being kited around. He knows he's dead. He tries to go Pylon die, see if I mispositions himself, but no such luck. The PA is in full laning phase dominance. Now you've got phase boots, got maxed out stifling dag, max can't.
Yeah, this bottom lane has been won by Secret at this point. 3 deaths on the Axe, not looking like he's going to get a fast blink time. He can fall back to the jungle now. Dendi making up for lost time in the mid lane, finally shows up once again with the help of some support to take out and punish mid 1, similar to what we saw last game, and ideally they want to try to get a tower off of this one. Even Pycat rotating in. Na'Vi really deciding that is a lane that they want to try and start winning.
3-man smoke like that with the lane was relatively pushed in at top, because a bit of a surprise.
Secret have global though, so yeah, they can't actually get that tower. But they took top, it did get denied, which is at least money being denied from the Na'Vi side, but ultimately still will give them slightly better map control and easier access to the enemy side of the map.
I think they need the Blink Dagger before they can go, because they have to deal with that global sounds. I think they need that clean initiation before they can threaten.
I think in a lot of ways, both teams are waiting for their blinks quite a bit here. Perhaps less so Secret because they've got the PA who can rotate and just use the corrosive haze with the stifling dagger to kind of chip away at and initiate off of, but Na'Vi definitely need the blink on General before they can their next big moves, and like ideally look to save some of those smokes for like their blink dagger timings. I like that Dendi's going to. Last game he went for the Deso first, and I think when you've got like a blink initiator on your team to go with the TA, you want to go for the blink before the Deso because you can just pair up so well. That blink dagger on TA becomes more valuable when you've got an axe or a Sanking with a blink. And Sanking's actually going to hit his blink before the axe at this rate. RMN is very, very close.
Get the last hit on the tower. Now one away from General. Meanwhile, Secret have dogpiled up here at the top lane. Highlight Die and NP sitting behind Kezu, seeing if they can get some sort of crush or glimpse scenario into a static storm, slow down that Link is Pycat is current build, but he's
a bit low on mana here. We'll have the one charges to get a time lapse off if needed, but limited Shikuchi access. If he pops the Shikuchi, he can't time lapse. Although he's gonna tuck himself deeper into the trees. But I think you look at last game where Na'Vi kind of fell short in the mid game, it was that blink timing. Sandking's blink came very late, and the couple of big team fights Secret won were before his blink came up. This time around, Na'Vi say, trade towers. We don't care about defending top if we're getting bottom. And for one thing, like they're not even really losing top. Secret pushed very slowly. Last game, it was Na'Vi trying to fight, and that was when the PA rotated in. There were heroes that were amped up by the Slaughter, and they just got destroyed. This time around, Na'Vi just play a more farming efficient game. They're waiting on Dendy's blink, they're waiting on the blinks on the two initiators, and they're going to take a very different approach to playing what is effectively the same game as what we just saw in terms of draft.
Yeah, I think even Pycat's patient play there in that top lane where he's sitting behind his tower, and as soon as the scan goes off, he gets a pretty good idea of what's happening. Just that much slower style of play here from Pycat in this game with the Lina as opposed to the Vengeful Spirit is working out for them. They give up that tier 1 tower, but they got a lot of farm space meantime, and they'll get their blink backers, not just on the Sand King, but General is just a small step behind too. He just needs another 100 gold, so double initiation points now for Na'Vi, and they give up very little in the last 5 minutes.
Na'Vi can get a couple of good successful fights in a row with these blinks. They can quickly snowball, because right now they're still fairly squishy. Like an Axe really isn't, until he gets the Vanguard, and maybe even a Vanguard and a Blade Mail, isn't all too scary, so they need to get good initiations.
Oh, that was not the place to TP.
Flashbacks to that off on his Invoker in game 1. Sometimes you just get a bit unlucky with where you decide to rotate to.
And now they're going to try and take the tier 1 tower. They're actually going to fight this one with the Global Silence and the entry into Bobby. He gets a really good ultimate that finishes off the Templar Assassin. They're going to pull back Pycat as well into the static storm. Couldn't get him though. He already had the Shikuchi out, so he got out of the kinetic field mid one. He's fully bladed up, and now Pycat looks to be able to find those extra kills. He wants Pycat to die. He's the squishier 1-0 though. May have slight issues, gets a nice call on it, Kezu. Pycat comes back in, seeing the opportunity for Pilot Die. Nice sidestep there of the stun, but can't chase out Pyke with Kezu protecting him. In the end, it is going to be Na'Vi retreating, not able to pick up too many extra kills. That was a formidable defense there from Secret. They got to deny him tower because of that, managed to fight forwards.
Yeah, not too bad. The worst part for MP was he respawned and couldn't even TP into the fight because his TP was still on cooldown, so could have perhaps been even better for Secret if, with how long the fight dragged out, MP actually respawned and was able to get back in theory, but Na'Vi, now with both the top and middle tier 1 towers, opens up a lot of access towards that Roshan pit. If they can deward the one Radiant Ward in that area, well, there's really 2 with the one to the north side as well. Na'Vi's lineup takes Rosh pretty quickly with the Weaver and the TA. So I feel like this next big, or both teams take Rosh fast. This next big team fight, one of the 2 teams wins it, it's Roshan as well, and that's kind of going to dictate the flow of the game based on who takes that first Aegis.
Then
I saw that one. Yeah.
The daggers going his way, not actually the case, and now kind of wants that blink. 5 seconds, the cooldown's up. They really
access his blink.
MP again. They pressured him in lane. They want pressure him again. They're going to be able to get the blink call. In from General, jump in from Danny, followed that one up. A missed percentage. He dodges the melt strike, but still not enough. They 2 minutes to pick up that kill. Mass TP's in from Secret, but they're going to be coming in 1 by 1. The support's first, Static Storm laid out, catches 2, as well as an ultimate out for Puppy. That's a lot of damage over time. Dandy tries to just get out of there with the TP, but Cliff stops him. More damage out for the Earth Spirit ultimate. General, he knows he's dead. He tries to get whatever damage he can.
Dandy?
Pycat chases down Puppy into the trees. Puppy actually gets uphill, and now Pycat in trouble. Iron Man comes back in. The damage over time, a little bit more gets Pie. A little bit of Pop. Dandy come back in, gets the Slugger as well. Now it's just mid one against the world. Refraction. Dandy, what are you doing? He's gonna die as well. Mid one actually gets the man up and finishes off Na'Vi in style despite having a limited HP and a 1v2 scenario.
16 stolen in from him. Dandy was sitting there like, I feel like he was lagging. I don't know what it was. He was sitting there dying to the magnetize and not popping refraction. He didn't pop it until he was one hit from dead at 15 HP when he could have popped it when he had like a good 100 HP. I was like, Denny, what's going on? But he pops it, goes in, gets 2 kills, and it felt like he was just he just assumed he tried to TP out. I don't know. Maybe he didn't realize that his TP got cancelled or something.
Nice play.
Secret. Yeah, they followed up with another pick. They'd love to get into the Roshan pit. They've got good vision around the area. It's just how much they're worried about a Na'Vi blink initiation into that pit. But I think with be centered down and the fact that Axe doesn't have his follow-up item. If Axe has a Blade Mail or a Vanguard, it's a bit trickier to take Roshan because the Blade Mail onto the PA can be really problematic. But without those extra items, right now, Secret, they should be strong enough to take Aegis. But Na'Vi are trying to get in there and trying to stop this one.
They need the swarm badly from Pycat. If an expert global silence goes down, but Roshan is still not dead. So it's taking time for commitment. RMN needs to jump in. Sephiroth laid out preemptively. Now jump in from Dendy and may cost him. He managed to pick up the Aegis, but he's going to lose this line pretty soon. Already 2 down. The big 2 calls of Secret. Now just going to clean up time for Na'Vi. They're going to be able to get Puppy and a jump forward. General catches Pylai, gets him with the slow, the battle hunger. RMN will not be obliged to follow up. Gets the burrow strike, and Dendy is here to collect that kill. RMN for his blink deck. What a jump in! Dendy jumping into the static storm like that, but claims the Aegis.
Yeah, that was such a crucial moment for this game. If PA or Silencer gets that Aegis instead, that fight goes back. That's a Secret favorite fight. Maybe not as one-sided as it was for it's like a 2-for-3 or a 2-4, but Secret win that fight if they secure themselves Aegis. The problem is they use the global silence to try and finish off Roshan. So they pop the silence and then they're still hitting Rosh. They're not fighting with the global silence. So by the time the fight starts kicking out, Dendy doesn't have, for one thing, has a second life, and for the other thing, they just don't have that global silence to fight Na'Vi with because they were using it not to fight, but yeah, just to try and secure Roshan, which they didn't even succeed in doing so. If they do succeed in getting Rosh, it pays for itself, but not the case.
And part of that is the lack of vision around that pitch, right? Being able to set up the quick takeoff and make that rotation. He was just so afraid of RMN channeling that epicenter and coming in with Blink that he felt like he had to kind of go for that blind silence, not knowing what they're doing.
Well, RMN possibly looking to set up towards this bottom lane. Na'Vi haven't got the Aegis to play around with since they had to use it to win that fight, so they don't come off with quite the position they otherwise would have had if they can win that fight while maintaining the Aegis. But they're going to have a Desolator now on Dendy. Just finishes the money for that one, so it feels like they're going back to playing more of a farming efficiency type game. And I think Na'Vi's a team that needs those next couple of items. They've got the Blade Mail and Axe, but kind of talked about ideally having the Blade Mail with the Vanguard. They want to get those extra couple of tanky items going. TA Desolator makes a big difference, so Na'Vi's lineup looking, at least currently, a bit more item dependent. I think on the Secret side, you're really looking at that Desolator timing, but more than anything, Secret want to fight around their spells, the Global Silence. Na'Vi, they want to fight around item pickups.
If this smoke allows them to get the initiation, they were hoping to be able to catch Pycat. Not a chance here. I thought maybe Na'Vi would actually leave that open and have Pycat play the farm role while the other 4 look for fights, seeing as they had such
Scan pays off.
But Dan does see the rotation in.
Na'Vi knows what happened. And then he saw no one defending the mid lane. There's creeps on a tier 2 tower at mid and no heroes hitting it. That's like a telltale sign your opponents are smoked up. So should be very apparent that mid one was baiting there at the bottom lane with 4 heroes sitting behind him. Still could be worth, if you can jump mid one and burst him down, it is worth doing since he's the global silence, but you've got to make sure you actually kill him off.
Creep. Guy's a sniper. Did you see him? He just started chasing down General in the trees for some reason.
Range creep vision is something else.
Yeah, it really is. Looks like Secret are finally going to give up on fighting around that tier 2. It's too low and too... I think the terrain is too hard to fight around. Don't have that association wraparounds. Mid one is still maintaining the top net worth. That is a small glimmer of hope here for Secret, but I'm not sure if a farm silencer is going to be able to accomplish the same kind of things that NP did in the mid game with their Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, the PA is the big hero. Like they were able to fight really well around the BKB timing last game. This BKB is still a bit of a ways off, and it's not going to be quite the influential item it was last game because Axe with a Blink Blade Mail and a bit of extra HP in the Vanguard, suddenly he can fight.
Bendy, with the initiation from RNN, will get a clean pickup on Puppy, allowing him to control this tier 2 power area. One's back, but likely to result in much Lincoln locking the side dagger. And use their tier 2, last one remaining is in the top lane. That'll start opening up shrines for Na'Vi, and probably a very easy game 3 if they can actually get the tier 2 and the remaining structures. That'll be too big a net with needed too much map control, I think.
Yeah, it gets tough. I mean, they're playing for that late game. They've got the Midas on the slider now, but PA doesn't have good farming tools. So this PA is not going to be able to maintain good level of farm once you're down all your outer towers and you lose shrines. That's where PA will not just be like 2 to 3k behind some of the enemy core heroes. You'll fall like 5-6k behind the TA. You'll be a good 3,000 net worth behind an Axe or a Weaver. Like, we won't be seeing PA keep up with any of the Na'Vi cores once you lose that map control.
Man, how much do you think? I mean, I think it's a decent percentage. Glimpse back, hold it once again. See the story time and time again from RMN. I was going to ask you, how much of this aggressive play from RMN, how much do you think is intentional, the way he's always running into the enemy like this, and how much do you think is, occasionally it's got to be coincidental, the way he just is always right in the enemy's face like this?
I think it's very much a playstyle thing with him, where he loves to go for these aggressive, like, solo moves around the map. He's often the one, like, getting that vision for, I mean, it's very much a vision thing more than anything. Like, he's not expecting to be able to get solo kills. Like, that's just unrealistic. The only hero who has the HP to solo kill is Pylai down Disruptor, which is not, you're not going to use an epicenter for a Disruptor kill at this stage. So I think it's very intentional, but at the same time, sometimes it perhaps comes to the detriment of his team, but I think it's paid off more than it's hurt them, at least so far in this Game 3. And I think Game 2, it paid off more than it hurt them as well, even though there were a couple moments where it looked like he got caught out by himself.
Yeah, there was a lot of time where he just bought Space General. Is going to be target here of Secret's full rotation. Comes back deep inside their jungle. Even sags on being used just to ensure this big kill. The Axe, 45 seconds. See what Secret does.
Yeah, I mean, unlike the Sand King, that's an Axe who's just like trying to farm. He's just like, alright, I think he's under the impression that Secret are playing very passive on their side of the map, so he feels safe and confident farming in the jungle there, but all it takes is like one Disruptor to scout him out, and then the entire Secret team converge on him. So that's the kind of kill that you don't want to see happening. Like the Roman kill and the Sand King is like, well, he's actively just like trying to split push lanes and be a nuisance, but losing the Axe really stunts Na'Vi's potential to make plays around the map.
AKB for the Templar Assassin, diffuse blade for the Weaver.
Yep.
Even if the Axe has gone down, the other two cores have picked up a rather large peak performance for them. They can do a lot in this next team fight if they can get the right kind of initiation. It looks like they're gonna go for smoke. 4-man smoke? Nope, full 5-man.
Dendy's just hit his item timings a lot earlier this game compared to last game. Same for like the Sand King with his blink. Same for, I mean, General's playing a different role. I mean, he's just as farmed, even slightly less farm than last game, but he's playing an Initiate who doesn't need that farm. So it just feels like Na'Vi have hit an earlier timing and are taking advantage of Secret's draft a lot better this time around.
A word for counter word trick.
They know exactly where Na'Vi are. Like, they're just drawn a box around this Secret Shop area. Oh, there's a lane ward though. They could still get these catches. Kezu sprints past.
Able to catch the Slardar.
And MP they don't have vision of, so this is where you ideally want to have a gem. You don't have the best like gem lineup / hero. Like Rubik doesn't want to carry. Rubik's not carrying a gem. Sand King, I guess, theoretically could. He's got the blink and full stuff, so he can at least blink on the cliffs. Oh god, Sand King, speaking of which.
Oh man, not again.
Right.
Okay, this is a saving glimpse this time around.
Oh my gosh.
Strike away, blink up, he's good.
It's tough.
That guy's like, huh.
It's a tense game, you know, like.
Oh, and a courier chopped.
Oh.
That had a lot of gold on it. What the hell was in it? Ooh, that was Shiva's card for mid one.
Alright, that's an item you want to have for this next fight. You do
Did.
get the D ward, but You'll take that courier, and this could be a Roche. Oh, it's a long Roche respawn. They're almost going to be able to, like, if Roche had respawned before that Shivers, it could have been a slightly easier Roche fight for Na'Vi. I mean, the Shivers isn't like the end of the world, but one thing Secret have done differently is they've actually held on to more of their smokes this game.
The glimpse. Another opportunity to highlight Dice is not quite range.
Got this one.
There it is. He finally gets it. Pull back. RMN. And again, I feel like this kind of play that RMN is doing, this kind of style, greatly divide time for your team.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if Na'Vi really need this space or this time.
When you're ahead like they are, it seems like a bad call from him. I know even there, like, I think he could have dodged that boulder smash out away, but even so, like, every now and then you will get caught. You won't be able to make that perfect play.
From Biver, but he doesn't have any mobility. He's just gonna go TP up. He's good. Oh.
What was that? As Cats, they're pressuring bottom lane, but yeah, it feels like Na'Vi have slowed down a lot. Both teams, I think they're just so dead set on this next Roshan that they're trying to like farm and split push lanes when Na'Vi's actually very strong. Like, they sniped that courier, took out the Shiver's guard. They're perhaps respecting the global silence, but they've got BK. I guess they've only got one BKB, and Pyke can theoretically take the global off of one of his teammates with the diffusal, but that's like not always going to be reliable, and you never know who, like what the positioning is going to look like to make that play. So I think Na'Vi just want to play the more map control game. They've got such good vision like outside the enemy base here, although they just lose one of those two wards, but they feel like they can just secure this next Roshan, and Secret feel like they've got to contest it.
RMN's position will pop the smoke there from Secret. Does not get caught this time round. Na'Vi were all sitting in the pit, knowing that Roshan had to be spawning now. Secret obviously knowing something similar, tried to go for smoke interception.
I saw MP have this item queued up. I was wondering if he was just like kind of trolling a bit. He's going for the blink. He's going for that before the BKB too.
Oh, epicenter coming in. RMN always gonna find nothing to connect with. Highlight die, sitting there on the flies, taunting them. They are gonna go into Pi here. He's got to go together, but won't be able to get off before then he's most strike hits. So now it is still 4 versus 5, even out without the epicenter. It's like Na'Vi could claim that.
Yeah, no epicenter. It's also no static storm now, and they just lost that Radiant High Ground Observer Ward by the Roche Pit. It expired, it didn't get dewarded or anything, so Sand King with no it's not, unlike last game, they don't need that epicenter damage against the PA because there's no BKB. Just the Burrow Strike alone. RMN again! Alright, I mean, you can see what this guy's looking to do now with his plays.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, it pays off real good sometimes.
He's tanking every smoke. Every smoke Secret's doing is just being like wasted at this point.
RMN, he's been able to escape some of that. I think the large part is just like, it's the disruptor, right? Without that hero, he wouldn't be catching RMN when he does these sort of aggressive plays. So.
And he's always doing it around his vision. Like, he hides there next to the Observer Ward, so even when he's on the low ground, he sees them pop with the Observer Ward vision and then can instantly blink away. So he's very calculated about it, and the chance of getting caught is pretty low. Top lane, though. Oh, Pyke is inside this
crush. That's going to be perfect. They're going to be able to go for general. First global silence. They find Pyke popped out of infants, and they're like, oh, hey, we hit 2. We got to be able to get 2. So they're on this side with the Ursa ultimate still on him, but the damage is still too quick for him. They lose 3 on the side of Na'Vi. Secret, they've been, should have been behind this whole entire game, yeah. But they have a big opportunity now with the double pick off in the top lane of the 2 cores. They can turn some serious.
They're like, Na'Vi get a bit complacent there. They're like, alright, we got the Aegis, we've just broken all their smokes. RMN, he's not going to get glimpsed. He forced out of the rain. Nice play. And I think also the backup from Pi wasn't really there, but yeah, I think that was like a moment of just complacency from Na'Vi. It's like we have Aegis. All we got to do is just like push down this top lane, get this last T2 tower, get the shrines, and they also know Secret's probably out of smokes. That was 3 smokes in a row that RMN detected, so they're probably thinking like, oh, they're not going to make a play right now. They have no smokes, and that was just like Na'Vi split across the map. Secret just make a bold move and punish the fact that Na'Vi were split up.
Change from the blink dagger to the scythe device.
Okay. That will definitely help as far as initiating onto Dendi goes. Less so the Weaver, who's got a Lincoln's, but BKB is the name of the game. Axe is working on one for himself as well, and this feels like the item which will make life a bit more difficult for Secret in these team fights. They'll be very reliant on bursting a target down right away with those crashes. Kezu was clutching game number 2. We'll see if he can do it again against the BKBs of Na'Vi.
I really feel like Secret, I think they should contest this push. Again, it's their last year 2 tower, but it's also, the game is going to get a bit tougher when this MKB is up.
There's no globe. Oh, there's 10 seconds to it. It's just like there's 2 10-second BKBs on Na'Vi and an Aegis, so... I mean, vision-wise, neither team has good vision at the moment. I guess Dendy's got the slight advantage with his traps, but...
I think it's also another tower, one of the situations, no matter what, even if you were going to contest, you'd have to go for a smoke and some sort of wraparound. The straight on 5-man into Na'Vi will never work. So I'll be the tier 2 and sure.
You're kind of at that point where you're like, we've delayed it enough. We bought time, we've got a few key pickoffs, Silence has really transitioned well into the late game. PA's still, I kind of mentioned, like, you're never going to be able to keep up in terms of farm with the enemy cores. Has managed to at least overtake the Axe a bit and very close to the BKB. This Blink Dagger feels almost like a pseudo split pushing item where MP can, like, aggressively kind of split push and then blink out to safety in the trees a bit, but it's still like a gimmicky little item, which we'll see how it works out for him being able to enter the fights a little bit better.
Very concerned for Secret. Maybe it's just because I don't trust the one position silencer and what he's going to be able to accomplish in these team fights, but I worry that the PAs could drop off pretty significantly here if we can add an MK.
Yeah. I think that's where I mean, for Secret, it's you look at what the rest of the team brings to the table. You've got the late game Earth Spirit who can combo with the Slaughter. Like, if Kezu can hit these... I mean, last game he was hitting 2 3-man crushes. He doesn't even have to hit those. He just has to initiate on 1 or 2, followed up with an Earth Spirit stun, and that hero is going to get bursted down by the PA. Even with an underfarm PA, has the damage output on a corrosive hazed hero to take them down at the start of a fight. So I think I look at Secret's draft, and they're transitioning into the late game, not just on, like... I mean, the PA isn't transitioning well, but the other heroes are.
Yeah, that's true. Even the silencer, think about it, I forgot his level 25 talent, that's, he turns into another sniper.
Oh yeah, forgot about his talents.
He'll have, 900, he'll have 940 attack rate, basically,
Okay. Yeah.
If
that's
we
nifty.
Can get to that point, still 3 levels.
Yeah, the 20% curse light isn't really a consideration, I don't think. He's being pinged. They know he's there because of the trap. They're not going to catch him there.
General's trying to cut him off. Gonna spot Kezu here as well. Sides against it. His allies are a bit too far away. Doesn't know where Secret is. Got some nice aggressive vision, but only seeing heroes through this.
That was risky from mid one. He didn't have buyback if he somehow gets caught there. I mean, General's not going to solo kill him by any means, but Dendy gets... I mean, Dendy wasn't there. Neither was Sanking. It was just a Weaver who isn't doing a whole lot of damage yet. I mean, it's the exact same build we saw last game. I think this is still an okay build where it feels like going for the defensive items first against all these silences allows you to team fight, and it's a big reason why they were able to, like, take out all these outer towers, but Na'Vi do need Pycat to now start transitioning to those late game items. And he is going to be ahead of the PA. That's really the big thing is here. It's like, last game, like, so he gets up towards the MKB, but PA has enough items, like with the Abyssal Blade, that she can still fight the Weaver and fight the TA as well. But this game around, Weaver and TA are both miles ahead of PA.
The Thunderhide. Stuck in the trees over here. No one's paying attention to him. Forever locked in a cage.
Yeah.
Double damage picked up by Pycat. I thought for a second, maybe with the MKB on Dendy, that they might try and make something happen, but just using the farm, closing it on the MKB is as well. This PA is going to have potentially very little relevance in these team fights with these two anti-evasion pickups. Yeah. It's going to be all on one to carry out some hefty damage.
I think the PA's job is to make sure that first hero that gets jumped is bursted down. Like, whoever the slider goes on, the PA has to guarantee that's a kill. Like,
who's the target then? Who is the ideal person for Kezu to jump?
would look mostly toward. I mean, if TA doesn't have Aegis, killing her is great. The Axe is also a good target. I think Weaver doesn't do enough damage. I think Weaver's like a non-consideration right now.
Okay.
But ideal target is TA. Secondary target's probably the Axe, but I think more than anything, it's going to come down to vision and whichever hero you see first. Like, it's one of those, you jump the first hero you see. There's never like a, oh, we've got to blink past that frontline hero and put ourselves in a bad spot by overextending. It really just comes down to the positioning of Na'Vi.
Beggars can't.
And right now,
Jesus.
Secret have pretty good positioning.
Around the high ground here, blink forward by General. They do manage to catch mid one here. Mid one by himself, he's just gonna get blown apart by the 3 cores. And Secret may try and fight this one out, and he pops his BKB turn. Goes for RMN, but BKB's a Na'Vi rendering so many of these heroes who tanking for Secret to deal with. And he turns, finds trying to blink strike, he gets Biver, but come on. It's just a hard fight position.
Yeah.
They've lost 3 from Secret, and they're gonna be forced into 1 buyback. Is that all they have?
That is brutal. This PA just hasn't been able to keep up, and we saw there, pops a BKB, tries to attack this tickles Na'Vi. This is looking like Na'Vi could threaten to go for X. PA does actually manage to get buyback. Looks like it was just a couple gold short when he died, so there is now 1 additional buyback, but TA Weaver on the front line, this is a very tough defense. No global silence, no static storm, very little in the Secret arsenal to defend with.
Like they're gonna wait out on the slaughter, or at least maybe giving up the whole lane racks to keep their buybacks intact. There is a rather large wave coming in the bottom, but Na'Vi are not going to be taking any risk whatsoever. And even some damage to that tier 3, but a Disruptor, sure they don't get caught.
Yeah, some serious discipline from Na'Vi. I think it's one of those things where you're a new team. This is like one of the first big tournaments you're playing in. Yeah, it's a qualifiers, but it's for one of like the closest thing to a major that's not a major in DAC, and playing one of the top European teams right now in Secret. They can see how close they are and making all the safe defensive calls for the most part. Smoke available on Puppy. We'll see if Secret can make a good move out to contest that Roshan. It's been RMN so many times scouting these out, and with the Observer Ward here, he's in the perfect spot to once again reveal the smoke.
General comes in, manages to get the 2-man call. Then he tries to follow this one up. They're going to be able to take down 2. Kezu, he actually gets crushed up. RMN managed to hit that 1 triple kill for General. Pylite die. Those sectors, which is what you're delaying the inevitable, my friend. He will also get dropped 4 down from Secret. 2 buybacks are up. The 2 cores are the ones lacking buyback, and it looks like Na'Vi are just gonna look down.
It really came down to a game of map control. Once you lose all those towers, it allows Na'Vi to get all these aggressive wards up, camp by those wards to spot the smokes out, use the traps very effectively. Dendy's been covering the map in traps to get intel for his team, and the map vision and control that Na'Vi have had is what's really secured it for them in the late game. Game number 2, well, the game we just saw, was won through a few key smoke ganks from Secret that didn't get scattered out. This time around, every smoke was being revealed, and that's really been the deciding factor here. Na'Vi get a second lane. They're not going to push their luck and try go for a third. They're just going to take the safe play and go for Roche, it looks like.
The Secret will have 1 last team fight in them. The toughest battle yet. Team fights have been anything but close. They've been rather one-sided to Na'Vi. Vision is going to scout Secret as they start making their way towards the Roshan pit. They don't have any smokes, I would have been too late anyway. Puppy's gonna get caught out here. Armin slows him down. Never favor to get the helping assist. Now they crush off as well. Puppy is down. He has buyback. They're gonna need it. They need their full 5 against Na'Vi, who are in with what I think is an Aegis and Cheese, right?
Should be. Or is that only the second Roche? Oh, it's in the pit. Okay, that's how I'm pretty sure I can count to 3. I don't work at Valve, and that is a Cheese in the Roshan pit, so. Alright.
Looking for Na'Vi to collect later, I guess.
I don't know if Dendy's got the memo yet. He's in the neighborhood, but...
They're letting it, they're letting...
Yeah.
Alright, Na'Vi. Final high ground push for your first win in DAC European qualifiers. You into that winner's bracket, face up against Team Bears.
God, that's such a tough group. It's like, alright, you just beat Secret, now you're gonna go versus Bears. Then there's potentially Ad Finum. Or Secret again, you know, like, geez. They're gonna slow roll things.
As always. They got something coming.
Are they dataless, I believe? Yeah.
Annuals.
Interesting the
Never
Aegis on Weaver. I thought the TA would be the Aegis carrier just to hit the buildings on the high ground, but Dendy's a bit more slot limited, and Weaver, with the 2 defensive items, can also function very similarly to the Deso TA on the high ground.
He's got BKB and time lapse to work with.
Yeah.
Whereas there's potential that his second life get combo stun maybe by pups.
They'll chip away at Pycat as best they can, try and break that Aegis for as cheap as possible, and there isn't the best sustain for Na'Vi. As far as they can't actually really heal him up. So. Pycat slow rolling this one.
A bit of damage bit by bit, Dendy will lend a helping hand. Pycat drops lower and lower.
Not going for any kind of a time lapse.
Go back and eat that cheese.
Yeah. That's exactly where like you wish you had a cheese. It's like, alright, we just did 800 damage to this tower. Where's the cheese now, guys?
Can cheese go in your backpack?
Yeah. Yeah, it can. I'm 95% sure it can at least.
I think it's just Aegis.
Yeah. As what supports should have. I mean, Rubik could drop a magic wand or something. You know, it's fine. But oh, not the end of the world. They're not going to get it just yet. They're going to just sit around. This is just like waiting for the Weaver to slowly regen up a bit. Oh, he picked up a high. I love this. This is the slow sieging item. You used to see life sealers get this in these really. It was like a Chinese Dota item where you're slow sieging. It takes like 10 creep waves to finally slowly break a tier 3 tower, and you just hit for 5 seconds with rage, back off, and regen with your heart. And that's Pycat's approach with the Heart of Trask here. This is the sustain that he's been missing.
Dealing some of the AoE stuns, but they do finally get the tier 3. He's gonna go ahead and time lapse here. Maybe that one, he's gonna drop a bugs, not quite catching Kazu inside the trees there.
At some point, Secret just have to go. Or they're basically saying, oh, we'll verse Mega Creeps this game, which I don't think that works.
The stun, still not feeling comfortable with the openings here. Auto stuns on Pycat didn't mean much with that Aegis hand. Now mid one that had done more to the side buys, threatening Pycat's life as fast as possible. He gets a 4-step deeper into the base, actually, and that is where his Aegis
Gold smash.
But he does have a BKB. He's gonna go ahead and pop that one, turn towards the mid lane of Rax. Side steal, get a little bit of damage on the MP. Still focus on the game and objectives here. Both goes down, Puppy tries to make his initiation, jumps forward, global silences out, but Na'Vi, they find themselves pretty far back, even smoking for some of these heroes in the back line. Now Channel going big, he manages to catch MP with the blade, no Dendy on the damage dealing, they're gonna be able to finish him off. There goes Buyback, already won. AB Poppy, that's gonna make it 2, another going blade out. Epicenter comes in, Armen hits the big time, almost finishing up highlight, dying, getting a lot of damage on the mid one. Pycat right on top of mid one, knows this is the damage that he needs to be able to finish off. The time lapse goes down, oh, PA gets dropped again. Mid one goes down, he has a buyback, but he's losing all of his allies here, and how can his silence to possibly stop this by himself? Well, if they had a combo stun on Pycat, maybe they can't actually do it. Jump forward here, General just managed to get the call on mid one, the blade is still going out.
He just pulled back.
Some extra damage though, and he may not be able to have it. General dieback just like that, 90 seconds down. The rest
they didn't get megas.
Completed a little bit safer, what? They're gonna back out.
Ooh, okay.
Secret hold?
Yeah. You can definitely call it that, and this is alright. Interesting setting. This is like the no one has buyback state of the game now. Well, Weaver and Sand King do. So, ideally for Na'Vi, you wait the Weaver to come back alive and try and use the fact that he has buyback and no one on Secret does. But going and look for the pick, yeah.
They got Kazu! Nice 3-man crush out for Kazu. Maybe to turn this around. Pilot Eye has Static Storm. Can he catch something here? They can go forward, glimpse back 10. Turn around. Oh, what shots Puppy just like that with the close of haze on him. He makes short work of Puppy, Captain Team Secret. So now they're left him with no buyback for 70 seconds. Na'Vi, they are still at a bit of a risk here. They do have 2 heroes with no buyback, Denny and General. So if a fight goes completely terrible, as they push high ground again, Team Secret could respond and do some
I mean, Navi's advantage still comes from their vision. Like, even right now they don't have wards, but they have TA traps surrounding that top side of the Radiant base. Leaving without going undetected is very difficult for Team Secret at this point, and that's where Navi can pick and choose their fights. Like, RMM was just camping on top of a cliff. He just wants to see anything coming their way. It's very hard for Secret to make aggressive moves out on the map now that they're down 5 of their 6 racks, and they've just got no vision whatsoever. Leaving their base is just not really an option. So if Navi want to play safe, they can wait those buybacks out, but I have a feeling they want to probably take advantage of the fact that Secret themselves don't have buyback, and Weaver, the one hero out of 10 that does, so... Oh, there we go, they got the cheese, Cap.
Yeah, I was about to say, important thing, guys, they got cheese, and they have a double advantage, so... I think you're absolutely right, time to close out the game.
Weaver can ideally go in, if you really want to just pop the BKB preemptively, that's an option.
Yeah,
Unfortunately for Pyjamas, he can't finish his Ag Scepter. He has just about enough money, but getting to that shop seems impossible right now.
RMN turns around and gets the stun on the Kezi. Sadix from gets laid out. There goes those BKBs. Pycat not making much use of his BKB. Now turns towards that melee racks, but it's gonna wear out soon. Slow down a little bit. Chile, he'll be fine. Melee racks at half health. Secret still have to battle all these super creeps coming in from the mid and bottom lane. Swamp Pycat chips away at his melee racks, thinks in heart to the heart. And cheese that he still has his backup.
It's so tough. Like, you're slowly losing your tier 4 towers.
They have to make a full commitment here. They're gonna try and finish up Pycat. They have the Lotus Orb, a couple of force asks, they do get him away. MP and his BKB were not enough to be able to finish up Pycat. Time lapses to full health. They'll go for that melee. Rax finishing up. That should be Nega's hit left. Combo son, Pycat could get giant here. He doesn't have time. He gets it off just in time. Bounces back a dagger over to MP. That's Megas now that Secret has to contend with. But they are going to continue to try and fight this one out.
That's like a sigh of relief from Navi. They had to work. That's the hardest I think I've ever seen a team have to work to get mega creeps. From like that one final racks. Like that took them ages, cheese, like 10 minutes of slow sieging, and they finally get it, as well as like all the itemization they had to get for it. Like the cheese, the Aegis, the Lotus Orbs on the Weaver, the Heart of Charask on the Weaver. With Slaughter dead, I think without the threat of that Slaughter Crush initiation, it gets a whole lot easier to try and end this game now.
Yeah, these initiations are not nearly as straightforward for Secret. Lacking their Slaughter, they're gonna hold till the end though, trying to defend their throne now without tier 4 towers, super and mega creeps. Rapidly closing in, Pycat and Denny doing some chip damage here and there. 43 seconds, they may have cut Biver, looks like he may go down. Glimmercade is going to save his life those last couple of shots from mid-1. Navi, blood, they're going to be able to catch mid-1 here with a small stun. Mid-1 gets back to the pound, General manages to catch MP with the plate mail to help end. Once again, they're going to try and get this combination, but MP goes for the backlines. Pycat, as the damage dealer feels a little bit of threat. Time lapse is all locked, finished off mid-1, and that'll be it. Pyjamas will have to watch once again as his throne explodes. Navi take game number 3 in the best of 3. I'm going to move on to face up against Team Bears and their GSO.
That was a very tight and tense best of 3 series. I mean, you can see it often in these like online matches. Teams will just play like a bit more gung-ho and not like slow siege, or play like as cautiously as what we saw here, but these teams played this as if this was like a final or something.
Dire team ban. Liquids turn to ban. Dire team ban. Dire team pick.